Part 2 of Initiation Human and Solar by Alice Bailey. Chapter 9 The Path of Initiation. After a longer or shorter period of time, the disciple stands at the portal of initiation. We must remember that as one approaches this portal and draws nearer to the Master, it is, as says Light on the Path, with the feet bathed in the blood of the heart. Each step up is ever through the sacrifice of all that the heart holds dear on one plane or another, and always must this sacrifice be voluntary. He who treads the probationary path and the path of holiness is he who has counted the cost, whose sense of values has been readjusted, and who therefore judges not as judges the man of the world. He is the man who is attempting to take the kingdom by violence, and in the attempt is prepared for the consequent suffering. He is the man who counts all things but loss if he may but win the goal, and who, in the struggle for the mastery of the lower self by the higher, is willing to sacrifice even unto death. The first two initiations. At the first initiation, the control of the ego over the physical body must have reached a high degree of attainment. The sins of the flesh, as the Christian phraseology has it, must be dominated. Gluttony, drink, and licentiousness must no longer hold sway. The physical elemental will no longer find its demand obeyed. The control must be complete, and the law departed. A general attitude of obedience to the ego must have been achieved, and the willingness to obey must be very strong. The channel between the higher and the lower is widened, and the obedience of the flesh practically automatic. That all initiates measure not up to this standard may be ascribed to several things, but the note they sound should be on the side of righteousness. The recognition of their own shortcomings, which they will evidence, will be sincere and public, and their struggle to conform to the highest standard will be known, even though perfection may not be achieved. Initiates may, and do, fall, and thereby incur the working of the law in punishment. They may, and do, by this fall injure the group, and thereby incur the karma of readjustment, having to expiate the injury through later prolonged service, wherein the group members themselves, even though unconsciously, apply the law. Their progress will be seriously hindered, much time being lost in which they must work out the karma with the injured units. The very fact that a man is an initiate, and therefore the medium for force of a greatly increased kind, makes his lapses from the straight path to have more powerful effects than is the case with a less advanced man. His retribution and punishment will be equally greater. Inevitably he must pay the price before he is allowed to proceed further upon the way. As for the group he injures, what should their attitude be? A recognition of the gravity of the error, a wise acceptance of the facts in the case, a refrain from unbrotherly criticism, and a pouring out of love upon the sinning brother. All this, coupled with such action as will make clear to the onlooking general public that such sins and infringements of the law are not condoned. To this must be added an attitude of mind within the group concerned which will lead them, whilst taking firm action, to help the mistaken brother to see his error, to work out the retributive karma, and then to reinstate him in their regard and respect when due amends have been made. All people do not develop exactly along the same or parallel lines, and therefore no hard or fast rules can be laid down as to the exact procedure at each initiation, or as to just what centers are to be vivified, or what vision is to be accorded. So much depends upon the ray of the disciple, or his development in any particular direction. People do not usually develop evenly, upon his individual karma, and also upon the exigencies of any special period. This much can be suggested, however, at the first initiation, that of the birth of the Christ. The heart center is the one usually vivified, with the aim in view of the more effective controlling of the astral vehicle, and the rendering of greater service to humanity. After this initiation, the initiate is taught principally the facts of the astral plane. He has to stabilize his emotional vehicle and learn to work on the astral plane with the same facility and ease as he does on the physical plane. He is brought in contact with the astral devas. He learns to control the astral elementals. He must function with facility on the lower subplanes, and the value and quality of his work on the physical plane becomes of increased worth. He passes, at this initiation, out of the hall of learning into the hall of wisdom. At this time, emphasis is consistently laid on his astral development, although his mental equipment grows steadily. Many lives may intervene between the first initiation and the second. A long period of many incarnations may elapse before the control of the astral body is perfected, and the initiate is ready for the next step. The analogy is kept in an interesting way in the New Testament in the life of the initiate Jesus. Many years elapsed between the birth and the baptism, but the remaining 3 steps were taken in 3 years. Once the second initiation is taken, the progress will be rapid, the third and fourth following probably in the same life, or the supervening. The second initiation forms the crisis in the control of the astral body. Just as, at the first initiation, the control of the dense physical has been demonstrated, so here the control of the astral is similarly demonstrated. The sacrifice and death of desire has been the goal of endeavor. Desire itself has been dominated by the ego, and only that is longed for, which is for the good of the whole, and in the line of the will of the ego, and of the master. The astral elemental is controlled, the emotional body becomes pure and limpid, and the lower nature is rapidly dying. At this time the ego grips afresh the 2 lower vehicles and bends them to his will. The aspiration and longing to serve, love, and progress become so strong that rapid development is usually to be seen. This accounts for the fact that this initiation, and the third, frequently, though not invariably, follow each other in one single life. At this period of the world's history, such stimulus has been given to evolution that aspiring souls, sensing the dire and crying need of humanity, are sacrificing all in order to meet that need. Again, we must not make the mistake of thinking that all this follows in the same invariable consecutive steps and stages. Much is done in simultaneous unison, for the labor to control is slow and hard, but in the interim between the first 3 initiations, some definite point in the evolution of each of the 3 lower vehicles has to be attained and held, before the further expansion of the channel can be safely permitted. Many of us are working on all the 3 bodies now, as we tread the probationary path. At this initiation, should the ordinary course be followed, which again is not at all certain, the throat center is vivified. This causes a capacity to turn to account in the Master's service, and for the helping of man, the attainments of the lower mind. It imparts the ability to give forth and utter that which is helpful, possibly in the spoken word, but surely in service of some kind. A vision is accorded of the world's need, and a further portion of the plan shown. The work, then, to be done prior to the taking of the third initiation, is the complete submerging of the personal point of view in the need of the whole. It entails the complete domination of the concrete mind by the ego. The succeeding 2 initiations, after the second initiation the teaching shifts up a plane. The initiate learns to control his mental vehicle, he develops the capacity to manipulate thought matter, and learns the laws of creative thought building. He functions freely on the 4 lower subplanes of the mental plane, and before the third initiation he must, consciously or unconsciously, be complete master of the 4 lower subplanes in the 3 planes of the 3 worlds. His knowledge of the microcosm becomes profound, and he has mastered theoretically and practically, in great measure, the laws of his own nature, hence his ability experimentally to be master on the 4 lower subplanes of the physical, astral, and mental planes. The last fact is of interest. The control of the 3 higher subplanes is not yet complete, and here is one of the explanations as to the failures and mistakes of initiates. Their mastery of matter in the 3 higher subplanes is not yet perfect, these yet remain to be dominated. At the third initiation, termed sometimes the transfiguration, the entire personality is flooded with light from above. It is only after this initiation that the monad is definitely guiding the ego, pouring his divine life ever more into the prepared and cleansed channel, just as in the third, or moon chain, the ego individualized the personality through direct contact, a method different to the individualization as shown in this 4th chain. The law of correspondences, if applied here, might prove very revealing, and might demonstrate an interesting analogy between the methods of individualizing in the various chains, and the expansions of consciousness that occur at the different initiations. Again, a vision is accorded of what lies ahead. The initiate is in a position at all times to recognize the other members of the Great White Lodge, and his psychic faculties are stimulated by the vivification of the head centers. It is not necessary nor advisable to develop the synthetic faculties, or clairaudience and clairvoyance, until after this initiation. The aim of all development is the awakening of the spiritual intuition. When this has been done, when the physical body is pure, the astral stable and steady, and the mental body controlled, then the initiate can safely wield and wisely use the psychic faculties for the helping of the race. Not only can he use these faculties, but he is able now to create and vivify thought forms that are clear and well-defined, pulsating with the spirit of service, and not controlled by lower mind or desire. These thought forms will not be, as is the case with those created by the mass of men, disjointed, unconnected, and uncorrected, but will attain a fair measure of synthesis. Hard and ceaseless must the work be before this can be done, but when the desire nature has been stabilized and purified, then the control of the mind-body comes more easily. Hence the path of the devotee is easier in some ways than that of the intellectual man, for he has learnt the measure of purified desire, and progresses by the requisite stages. The personality has now reached a point where its vibrations are of a very high order, the matter in all three bodies relatively pure, and its apprehension of the work to be done in the microcosm, and the share to be taken in the work of the macrocosm is very advanced. It is apparent, therefore, why it is only at the third initiation that the great Hierophant, the Lord of the world, himself officiates. It is the first at which he contacts the initiate. Earlier it would not be possible. For the first two initiations the Hierophant is the Christ, the world teacher, the firstborn among many brethren, one of the earliest of our humanity to take initiation. Browning brings out this thought most beautifully in the words found in his poem Saul. It shall be, a face like my face that receives thee, a man, like to me, thou shalt love and be loved by, forever, a hand like this hand, shall throw open the gates of new life to thee. See the Christ stand. But when the initiate has made still further progress, and has taken two initiations, a change comes. The Lord of the world, the Ancient of Days, the ineffable ruler himself administers the third initiation. Why has this become possible? Because now the fully consecrated physical body can safely bear the vibrations of the two other bodies, when they return to its shelter from the presence of the King. Because now the purified astral and controlled mental can safely stand before that King. When purified and controlled they stand and for the first time consciously vibrate to the ray of the monad, then with prepared bodies can the ability to see and hear on all the planes be granted and achieved, and the faculty of reading and comprehending the records be safely employed, for with fuller knowledge comes added power. The heart is now sufficiently pure and loving, and the intellect sufficiently stable to stand the strain of knowing. Before the fourth initiation can be taken, the work of training is intensified, and the hastening and accumulation of knowledge has to be unbelievably rapid. The initiate has frequent access to the library of occult books, and after this initiation he can not only contact the master with whom he is linked, and with whom he has worked consciously for a long time, but he can contact and assist, in measure, the Korns, the Bodhisattva, and the Manu. He has also to grasp the laws of the three lower planes intellectually, and likewise wield them for the aiding of the scheme of evolution. He studies the cosmic plans, and has to master the charts. He becomes versed in occult technicalities and develops fourth-dimensional vision, if he has not already done so. He learns to direct the activities of the building devas, and at the same time, he works continually at the development of his spiritual nature. He begins rapidly to coordinate the Buddhic vehicle, and in its coordination he develops the power of synthesis, at first in small measure, and gradually in fuller detail. By the time the fourth initiation is taken, the initiate has mastered perfectly the fifth subplane, and is therefore adept, to use a technical phrase, on the 5 lower subplanes of the physical, astral, and mental planes, and is well on the way to master the 6th. His Buddhic vehicle can function on the 2 lower subplanes of the Buddhic plane. The life of the man who takes the 4th initiation, or the crucifixion, is usually one of great sacrifice and suffering. It is the life of the man who makes the great renunciation, and even exoterically it is seen to be strenuous, hard, and painful. He has laid all, even his perfected personality, upon the altar of sacrifice, and stands bereft of all. All is renounced: friends, money, reputation, character, standing in the world, family, and even life itself. The final initiations. After the 4th initiation, not much remains to be done. The domination of the 6th subplane goes forward with rapidity, and the matter of the higher subplanes of the Buddhic is coordinated. The initiate is admitted into closer fellowship in the lodge, and his contact with the devas is more complete. He is rapidly exhausting the resources of the Hall of Wisdom, and is mastering the most intricate plans and charts. He becomes adept in the significance of color and sound, can wield the law in the 3 worlds, and can contact his monad with more freedom than the majority of the human race can contact their egos. He is in charge, also, of large work, teaching many pupils, aiding in many schemes, and is gathering under him those who are to assist him in future times. This refers only to those who stay to help humanity on this globe. We will deal later with some of the lines of work that stretch before the adept if he passes away from Earth's service. After the 5th initiation, the man is perfected as far as this scheme goes, though he may, if he will, take 2 farther initiations. To achieve the 6th initiation, the adept has to take a very intensive course in planetary occultism. A master wields the law in the 3 worlds, whilst a Chohan of the 6th initiation wields the law in the chain on all levels. A Chohan of the 7th initiation wields the law in the solar system. It will be apparent that, should he search these subjects with application, the student will find much that concerns him personally, even though the ceremony itself may be far ahead. By the study of the process and the purpose, he may become aware of the great fundamental fact that the method of initiation is the method of a. Force realization, b. Force application, c. Force utilization. The initiate of every degree, from the humble initiate of the 1st degree, making for the first time his contact with a certain type of specialized force, up to the emancipated Buddha of the 7th degree, is dealing with energy of some kind or other. The stages of development of the aspirant might be expressed as follows. 1. He has to become aware, through discrimination, of the energy or force of his own lower self. 2. He has to impose upon that energetic rhythm one that is higher, until that lower rhythm is superseded by the higher, and the old method of expressing energy dies out entirely. And 3. He then is permitted, by gradually expanding realizations, to contact and, under guidance, to employ certain forms of group energy, until the time comes when he is in a position scientifically to wield planetary force. The length of time taken over this final stage is entirely dependent upon the progress he makes in the service of his race, and in the development of those powers of the soul which are the natural sequence of spiritual unfoldment. The application of the rod of initiation at the first 2 initiations by the Bodhisattva enables the initiate to control and utilize the force of the lower self, the true sanctified energy of the personality in service. At the 3rd initiation, the application of the rod by the one initiator makes available in a vastly more extensive manner the force of the higher self or ego, and brings into play on the physical plane the entire energy stored up during numerous incarnations in the causal vehicle. At the 4th initiation, the energy of his egoic group becomes his to use for the good of planetary evolution, and at the 5th initiation the force or energy of the planet, esoterically understood, and not merely the force or energy of the material globe, is at his disposal. During these 5 initiations, those 2 great beings, the Bodhisattva first, and then the one initiator, the Lord of the world, Sanat Kumara, are the administrators or hierophants. After these ceremonies, should the initiate choose to take the two final initiations, which it is possible to take in this solar system, a still higher type of energy as expression of the one self comes into play, and can only be hinted at. At the seventh initiation, that one of whom Sanat Kumara is the manifestation, the logos of our scheme on his own plane, becomes the Hierophant. At the sixth initiation, the expression of this existence on an intermediate plane, a being who must at present remain nameless, wields the rod and administers the oath in secret. In these three expressions of hierarchical government, Sanat Kumara on the periphery of the three worlds, the nameless one on the confines of the high planes of human evolution, and the planetary spirit himself at the final stage, we have the three great manifestations of the planetary logos himself. Through the planetary logos at the final great initiation flows the power of the solar logos, and he it is who reveals to the initiate that the Absolute is consciousness in its fullest expression, though at the stage of human existence the Absolute must be regarded as unconsciousness. Each of the great initiations is but the synthesis of the smaller ones, and only as man seeks ever to expand his consciousness in the affairs of daily life can he expect to achieve those later stages, which are the culminations of the many earlier. Students must get rid of the idea that if they are very good and altruistic, suddenly some day they will stand before the great Lord. They are putting effect before cause. Goodness and altruism grow out of realization and service, and holiness of character is the outcome of those expansions of consciousness which a man brings about within himself through strenuous effort and endeavor. Therefore it is here and now that man can prepare himself for initiation, and this he does, not by dwelling upon the ceremonial aspect, as so many do in excited anticipation, but by working systematically and enduringly at the steady development of the mental body, by the strenuous and arduous process of controlling the astral body, so that it becomes responsive to three vibrations: A. That from the ego; B. That from the master; C. Those from his brothers everywhere around him. He becomes sensitive to the voice of his higher self, thus working off karma under the intelligent guidance of his own ego. He becomes conscious, via the ego, of the vibration emanating from his master. He learns to feel it ever more and more, and to respond to it ever more fully. Finally, he becomes increasingly sensitive to the joys and pains and sorrows of those he daily contacts. He feels them to be his joys and pains and sorrows, and yet he is not incapacitated thereby. Chapter 10. The Universality of Initiation. It has been emphasized many times in the occult teachings that the process of initiation, as it is usually understood, is an abnormal and not a normal one. All progression in the realm of consciousness is naturally by a graded series of awakenings, but this would proceed much more gradually, and cover a longer period of time than is the case under our present planetary conditions. This particular mode of developing the consciousness of the human family was initiated by the hierarchy during the Atlantean root race at the latter end of the fourth sub-race, and will persist until the middle of the next round. At that time the needed stimulus will have been imparted, and as 3/5 of the human family will then have esoterically set their feet upon the path, and a large percentage of them will then be in process of becoming the path itself, the more normal routine will again be resumed. Initiation on the various planets. The process of stimulation of the human egos by means of graded instructions, and the application of the dynamic electrical force of the rod is employed on 3 of the planets of our system at this time. It is instituted during every 4th round, and its peculiar interest lies in the fact that the emphasis for the 4th creative hierarchy in every 4th chain and globe during the 4th round is laid upon the 4th initiation, that of the crucifixion. The 4th creative hierarchy is the great expression of the conscious will and sacrifice 4 of the solar logos, and the great symbol of the intelligent union of spirit and matter. Hence the 4th initiation, with its presentation of these cosmic truths, and its epitomizing of the purpose of this fundamental sacrifice, has a preeminent place. The student needs to remind himself that the other planetary schemes, though fundamentally the same as our 4th scheme, yet have their profound differences in manifestation, due to the varying characteristics and the individual karma of the incarnating planetary logos or ray. These differences affect a. the initiatory process, both in its ceremonial and altruistic aspects. b. the application of the rod, for the type of force which it embodies, when brought into conjunction with the differentiated force of the planetary type, produces results of varying nature and degree. c. the seasons of initiation. The egos in incarnation on any planet will, according to ray type, be easily stimulated or not, as the case may be, according to astrological conditions, and this will produce shorter or more protracted periods of development prior to or between each initiation. d. the electrical phenomena produced on the higher planes, as more and more the human units esoterically blaze forth. It must be remembered that the entire solar system, with all that is included therein, is expressing itself in terms of light, and that the process of initiation might therefore be regarded as one in which the different points of light, or human sparks, are stimulated, their radiance and temperature increased, and the sphere of influence of each light extended in radius. The three planetary schemes wherein the great experiment of initiation is being tried are the Earth, Venus, and one other. Venus was the first sphere of experiment, and the success of the endeavor, and the force generated was the cause of a similar effort being made on our planet. No planet increases its store of force, and consequently its sphere of influence, without incurring obligations and affecting other schemes. The interchange of force and energy between these two planets, Earth and Venus, is continuous. A similar process has but lately been instituted on another planetary scheme, and when, in the next round, our Earth attains a point in evolution analogous to that of the Venusian scheme at the time its influence is felt by us, then we shall aid in the stimulation of still another group of planetary egos. We shall assist in the institution of a similar procedure among the sons of men in another scheme. In the three great planetary schemes, Neptune, Uranus, and Saturn, the method of initiation will not be employed. They will be the recipients of those who are esoterically saved from among the other schemes. That is to say that all those who, in any scheme, achieve the needed expansions of consciousness, such as will be achieved by the majority of the human family prior to the middle of the next great cycle, or round, will be considered saved, whilst the remainder will be held to be failures, and will be held over for further development during later periods, or will be transferred to those planetary schemes which from the point of view of time are not so far advanced as our Earth scheme. These three major schemes are the absorbers and synthesizers of the energy of the others, initiation and the devas. The question may be asked whether the devas undergo initiation, and we might deal briefly with the point here. Initiation has to do with the conscious development of the self, and concerns the wisdom aspect of the one self. It presupposes the development of the intelligence principle, and involves the apprehension by the human unit of purpose and of will, and his intelligent participation therein through love and service. The devas, with the exception of those greater devas who have in earlier cycles passed through the human kingdom, and are now cooperating in the evolution of man, are not as yet self-conscious. They grow and develop through feeling, and not through the power of conscious thought. Man therefore grows through expansions of self-conscious realization, self-initiated and self-imposed. It is the line of aspiration and of conscious endeavor, and is the most difficult line of development in the solar system, for it follows not along the line of least resistance, but seeks to initiate and impose a higher rhythm. The devas follow the line of least resistance, and seek to appropriate and experience in fullest tide of feeling and sentiency the vibration of things as they are. Therefore the method for them is an ever-increasing intensity of appreciation for the feeling of the moment, and not, as in man, an ever-increasing depreciation of things as they are, or of the material aspect, which leads to an endeavor to reach out and enfold within his consciousness the subjective reality, or the things of the spirit, this in contradistinction to the objective unreality, or the things of matter. The devas seek to feel, whilst man seeks to know. For the former, then, Those expansions of consciousness which we call initiation exist not, except in the cases of those advanced beings who, having passed through the human stage, both feel and know, and who, under the evolutionary law, expand their knowledge in ever-increasing degree, cosmic influences and solar initiations. All that can be done here in dealing with this profound subject is to enumerate briefly some of the cosmic influences which definitely affect our Earth, and produce results in the consciousness of men everywhere, and which, during the process of initiation, bring about certain specific phenomena. First and foremost is the energy or force emanating from the sun Sirius. If it might be so expressed, the energy of thought, or mind force, in its totality, reaches the solar system from a distant cosmic center via Sirius. Sirius acts as the transmitter, or the focalizing center, whence emanate those influences which produce self-consciousness in man. During initiation, by means of the rod of initiation, acting as a subsidiary transmitter, and as a powerful magnet, this energy is momentarily intensified, and applied to the centers of the initiate with terrific force, were it not that the Hierophant and the two sponsors of the initiate pass primarily through their bodies, it would be more than he could stand. This increase of mind energy results in an expansion and an apprehension of the truth as it is, and is lasting in its effects. It is felt primarily in the throat center, the great organ of creation through sound. Another type of energy reaches man from the Pleiades, passing through the Venusian scheme to us, just as the Sirian energy passes through the Saturnian. It has a definite effect upon the causal body, and serves to stimulate the heart center. A third type of energy is applied to the initiate, and affects his head center. It emanates from that one of the 7 stars of the Great Bear whose ensuing life holds the same relationship to a planetary logos as the ego does to a human being. This energy, therefore, is sevenfold, and differs according to a man's ray or type. It is not possible here to state the order of the application of these varying types of energy, nor to give the initiation during which the man contacts the different types. These facts involve the secrets of the mysteries, and no purpose is served by revealing them. Other types of force from certain of the planetary schemes, as well as from cosmic centers, are brought into play by the initiator, and transmitted through the medium of the rod to the various centers in the initiate's 3 vehicles, the mental, the astral, and the etheric centers. At the 4th initiation, a specialized type of force from a center which must remain nameless is applied to a man's causal body, and is one of the causes of its final disintegration. In thinking of this matter of the attainment of the sons of men, we must recognize that as mankind completes one unification after another, the heavenly men on intuitional levels and on spiritual levels are completed, and in their turn go to the formation of the centers in the great heavenly men of the solar system. These 7 heavenly men, in whose bodies each human monad and each deva finds his place, form the 7 centers in the body of the Logos. He, in his turn, forms the heart center, for God is love, of a still greater entity. The consummation of all for this solar system will be when the Logos takes his 5th initiation. When all the sons of men attain the 5th initiation, he achieves. This is a great mystery and incomprehensible to us. Chapter 11. The participants in the mysteries. The participants in the mysteries are generally known, and no secret has been made of the general personnel and procedure. It is only sought here to impart a greater sense of reality to the data already given by a fuller exposition, and a more pointed reference to the parts played by such during the ceremony. At this stage the student would be wise to bear in mind 3 things as he ponders upon the mysteries touched upon here. That care must be taken to interpret all here given in terms of spirit, and not of matter or form. We are dealing entirely with the subjective or consciousness aspect of manifestation, and with that which lies back of the objective form. This realization will save the student from much later confusion, that we are considering facts which are substantial and real on the mental plane, the plane on which all the major initiations take place, but which are not materialized on the physical plane, and are not physical plane phenomena. The link between the two planes exists in the continuity of consciousness which the initiate will have developed, and which will enable him to bring through to the physical brain occurrences and happenings upon the subjective planes of life. Corroboration of these occurrences, and proof of the accuracy of the transmitted knowledge will demonstrate as follows: in and through the etheric centers. These centers will be greatly stimulated, and will, through their increased inherent energy, enable the initiate to accomplish more in the path of service than he ever before dreamed possible. His dreams and ideals become, not possibilities, but demonstrating facts in manifestation. The physical centers, such as the pineal gland and the pituitary body, will begin to develop rapidly, and he will become conscious of the awakening of the siddhis, or powers of the soul, in the higher connotation of the words. He will be aware of the process of conscious control, and of the self-initiated manipulations of the above powers. He will realize the methods of egoic contact and the right direction of force. The nervous system, through which the emotional body or astral nature works, will become highly sensitized, yet strong withal. The brain will become ever more rapidly an acute transmitter of the inner impulses. This fact is of real importance, and will bring about, as its significance becomes more apparent, a revolution in the attitude of educators, of physicians and others, to the development of the nervous system and the healing of nervous disorders. Occult memory. The initiate finally becomes aware increasingly of the growth of that inner recollection, or occult memory, which concerns the work of the hierarchy, and primarily his share in the general plan. When the initiate, who occultly recalls, in his waking consciousness, a ceremonial fact, finds all these manifestations of increased growth and conscious realization in himself, then the truth of his inner assurance is proven and substantiated to him. It must be remembered that this inner substantiation is of no value to anyone but the initiate. He has to prove himself to the outer world through his life of service and the work accomplished, and thereby call forth from all his environing associates a recognition that will show itself in a sanctified emulation and a strenuous effort to tread the same path, actuated ever by the same motive, that of service and brotherhood, not self-aggrandizement and selfish acquirement. It should also be remembered that if the above is true in connection with the work, it is still more true in connection with the initiate himself. Initiation is a strictly personal matter with a universal application. It rests upon his inner attainment. The initiate will know for himself when the event occurs, and needs no one to tell him of it. The expansion of consciousness called initiation must include the physical brain, or it is of no value. As those lesser expansions of consciousness which we undergo normally every day, and call learning something or other, have reference to the apprehension by the physical brain of an imparted fact or apprehended circumstance, so with the greater expansions, which are the outcome of the many lower. At the same time, it is quite possible for men to be functioning on the physical plane and to be actively employed in world service who have no recollection of having undergone the initiatory process, yet who, nevertheless, may have taken the first or second initiation in a previous or earlier life. This is the result, simply, of a lack of bridging from one life to another, or it may be the outcome of a definite decision by the ego. A man may be able better to work off certain karma, and to carry out certain work for the lodge if he is free from occult occupation and mystic introspection during the period of any one earth life. There are many such amongst the sons of men at this time who have previously taken the first initiation, and a few who have taken the second, but who are nevertheless quite unaware of it, yet their centers and nervous organization carry proof to those who have the inner vision. If initiation is taken for the first time in any life, the recollection of it extends to the physical brain. Curiosity, or even ordinary good living, never brought a man to the portal of initiation. Curiosity, by arousing a strong vibration in a man's lower nature, only serves to swing him away from, instead of towards the goal he is interested in, whilst ordinary good living, when not furthered by a life of utter sacrifice for others, and by a reticence, humility, and disinterestedness of a very unusual kind, may serve to build good vehicles which will be of use in another incarnation, but will not serve to break down those barriers, outer and inner, and overcome those opposing forces and energies which stand between a good man and the ceremony of initiation. The path of discipleship is a difficult one to tread, and the path of initiation harder still. An initiate is but a battle-scarred warrior, the victor in many a hard-won fight. He speaks not of his achievements, for he is too busy with the great work in hand. He makes no reference to himself or to all that he has accomplished, save to deprecate the littleness of what has been done. Nevertheless, to the world he is ever a man of large influence, the wielder of spiritual power, the embodier of ideals, the worker for humanity, who unfailingly brings results which succeeding generations will recognize. He is one who, in spite of all this great achievement, is seldom understood by his own generation. He is frequently the butt of men's tongues, and frequently all that he does is misinterpreted. He lays his all, time, money, influence, reputation, and all that the world considers worthwhile, upon the altar of altruistic service, and frequently offers his life as a final gift, only to find that those whom he has served throw his gift back to him, scorn his renunciation, and label him with unsavory names. But the initiate cares not, for his is the privilege to see somewhat into the future, and therefore he realizes that the force he has generated will in due course of time bring to fulfillment the plan. He knows also that his name and effort are noted in the archives of the lodge, and that the silent watcher over the affairs of men has taken notice. Planetary existences. In considering now the personalities taking part in the initiation ceremonies, the first to be dealt with are those who are termed planetary existences. This refers to those great beings who, for a period of planetary manifestation, overshadow or stay with our humanity. They are not very many in number, for the majority of the great ones pass on steadily and increasingly to other and higher work, as their places can be taken and their functions carried on by members of our Earth evolution, both Deva and human. Among those directly connected with our Lodge of Masters in its various divisions upon the planet, the following might be enumerated. The Silent Watcher, that great entity who is the informing life of the planet, and who holds the same position to the Lord of the world, Sanat Kumara, as the ego does to the lower self of man. Some idea of the high stage of evolution of this great being may be gathered from the analogous degree of evolutionary difference existing between a human being and a perfected adept. From the standpoint of our planetary scheme, this great life has no greater, and he is, as far as we are concerned, a correspondence to the personal God of the Christian. He works through his representative on the physical plane, Sanat Kumara, who is the focal point for his life and energy. He holds the world within his aura. This great existence is only contacted directly by the adept who has taken the fifth initiation, and is proceeding to take the other two, the sixth and seventh. Once a year, at the Wesak festival, the Lord Buddha, sanctioned by the Lord of the world, carries to the assembled humanity a dual stream of force, that emanating from the Silent Watcher, supplemented by the more focalized energy of the Lord of the world. This dual energy he pours out in blessing over the people gathered at the ceremony in the Himalayas, and from them in turn it flows out to all peoples and tongues and races. It may not perhaps be generally known that at a certain crisis during the Great War the hierarchy of our planet deemed it well nigh necessary to invoke the aid of the Silent Watcher, and, employing the great mantram whereby the Buddha can be reached, called the attention of the latter, and sought his agency with the planetary logos. In consultation between the planetary logos, the Lord of the world, one of the Buddhas of activity, the Buddha, the Mahachohan, and the Manu, these names are given in order of their relative evolutionary stage, it was decided to watch proceedings a little longer before interfering with the trend of affairs, as the karma of the planet would have been delayed should the strife have been ended too soon. Their confidence in the ability of men duly to adjust conditions was justified, and interference proved needless. This conference took place at Shambhala. This is mentioned to show the close scrutiny given to everything concerning the affairs of men by the various planetary existences.
It is literally true, in an occult sense, that not a sparrow falleth without its fall being noticed. It may be asked why the Bodhisattva was excluded from the conference. The reason was that the war was in the department of the Manu, and members of the hierarchy concern themselves with that which is strictly their own business. The Mahachohan, being the embodiment of the intelligent or manasic principle, participates in all conferences. In the next great strife the department of religions will be involved, and the Bodhisattva intimately concerned. His brother, the Manu, will then be relatively exempt, and will proceed with his own affairs. And yet withal there is the closest cooperation in all departments, with no loss of energy. Owing to the unity of consciousness of those who are free from the three lower planes, what transpires in one department is known in the others.
As the planetary logos is only concerned in the two final initiations, which are not compulsory as are the earlier 5, it serves no purpose to enlarge upon his work. These initiations are taken upon the Buddhic and Atmic planes, whereas the first 5 are taken upon the mental. The Lord of the world, the one initiator, he who is called in the Bible the Ancient of Days, and in the Hindu scriptures the first Kumara, he, Sanat Kumara it is, who from his throne at Shambhala in the Gobi desert, presides over the lodge of masters, and holds in his hands the reins of government in all the 3 departments. Called in some scriptures the Great Sacrifice, he is chosen to watch over the evolution of men and devas until all have been occultly saved. He it is who decides upon the advancements in the different departments, and who settles who shall fill the vacant posts. He it is who, 4 times a year, meets in conference with all the Khans and masters, and authorizes what shall be done to further the ends of evolution. Occasionally, too, he meets with initiates of lesser degree, but only at times of great crises, when some individual is given the opportunity to bring peace out of strife, and to kindle a blaze whereby rapidly crystallizing forms are destroyed, and the imprisoned life consequently set free. At stated periods in the year the lodge meets, and at the Wesak festival gathers under his jurisdiction for 3 purposes: 1. To contact planetary force through the medium of the Buddha; 2. To hold the principle of the quarterly conferences; 3. To admit to the ceremony of initiation those who are ready in all grades. 3 other initiation ceremonies take place during the year. 1. For the minor initiations administered by the Bodhisattva, all of which are in the department of the Mahachohan, and on one or other of the 4 lesser rays, the rays of attribute. 2. For the major initiations on one or other of the 3 major rays, the rays of aspect, which are administered by the Bodhisattva, and are therefore the first 2 initiations. 3. For the higher 3 initiations at which Sanat Kumara wields the rod. At all initiations the Lord of the world is present, but at the first 2 he holds a position similar to that held by the silent watcher, when Sanat Kumara administers the oath at the 3rd, 4th and 5th initiations. His power streams forth, and the flashing forth of the star before the initiate is the signal of his approval, but the initiate does not see him face to face until the 3rd initiation, the 3 Kamaras, or the 3 Buddhas of activity. Their function at initiation is interesting. They are 3 aspects of the one aspect, and the pupils of Sanat Kumara. Though their functions are many and varied, and concern primarily the forces and energies of nature, and the direction of the building agencies, they have a vital connection with the applicant for initiation, inasmuch as they each embody the force or energy of one or other of the 3 higher subplanes of the mental plane. Therefore at the 3rd initiation one of these Kamaras transmits to the causal body of the initiate that energy which destroys 3rd subplane matter, and thus brings about part of the destruction of the vehicle. At the 4th initiation another Buddha transmits 2nd plane force, and at the 5th, 1st subplane force is similarly passed into the remaining atoms of the causal vehicle, producing the final liberation. The work done by the 2nd Kumara, with 2nd subplane force, is in this solar system the most important in connection with the egoic body, and produces its complete dissipation, whereas the final application causes the atoms themselves, which form that body, to disperse. During the initiation ceremony, when the initiate stands before the Lord of the world, these 3 great beings form a triangle, within whose lines of force the initiate finds himself. At the first two initiations, wherein the Bodhisattva functions as the Hierophant, the Mahachohan, the Manu, and a Chohan who temporarily represents the second department perform a similar office. At the highest two initiations, those three Kamaras who are called the esoteric Kamaras form a triangle wherein the initiate stands, when he faces the planetary logos. These fads are imparted to teach two things: first, the unity of the method; second, that the truism as above so below is an occult fact in nature. At the final two initiations, many members of the hierarchy who are, if one might so express it, extraplanetary, and who function outside the dense physical and the etheric globe of our planet, take part, but a stricter enumeration is needless. Sanat Kumara is still the Hierophant, yet in a very esoteric manner, it is the planetary Logos himself who officiates. They are merged at that time into one identity, manifesting different aspects. Suffice it to say, in concluding this brief tabulation, that the making of an initiate is an affair with a dual effect, for it involves ever a passing on of some adept or initiate to a higher grade or to other work, and the coming in under the law of some human being who is in process of attainment. Therefore it is a thing of great moment, involving group activity, group loyalty, and united endeavor, and much may depend upon the wisdom of admitting a man to high office, and to a place in the council chambers of the hierarchy. The departmental heads, the Manu, the Bodhisattva, and the Mahachohan, as has been said, these three great beings, represent the triplicity of all manifestation, and might be expressed under the following form, remembering that all this deals with subjectivity, and therefore with the evolution of consciousness and primarily with self-consciousness in man. Consciousness, the Manu, the Bodhisattva, and the Mahachohan, the matter aspect, the spirit aspect, the intelligence aspect, form life-mind, the not-self, the self, the relation between body, spirit, soul. Or, in words strictly dealing with self-conscious realizations, politics, religion, and science, government, beliefs, and civilization, races, faiths, education. All human beings belong to one or other of these three departments, and all are of equal importance, for spirit and matter are one. All are so interdependent, being but expressions of one life, that the endeavor to express the functions of the three departments in tabular form is liable to lead to error. The three great lords closely cooperate in the work, for that work is one, just as man, though a triplicity, is yet an individual unit. The human being is a form through which a spiritual life or entity is manifesting, and employing the intelligence under evolutionary law. Therefore the great lords are closely connected with the initiations of a human unit. They are too occupied with greater affairs and with group activities to have any relationship with a man, until he stands upon the probationary path. When he has, through his own effort, brought himself onto the path of discipleship, the particular master who has him under supervision reports to the head of one of the three departments, this being dependent upon a man's ray, that he is nearing the portal of initiation, and should be ready for the great step during such and such a life. Each life, and later each year, report is made, until the final year upon the path of probation, when closer and more frequent reports are handed in. During this final year also, the applicant's name is submitted to the lodge, and after his own master has reported upon him, and his record has been briefly summarized, his name is balloted, and sponsors are arranged. During the initiation ceremony the important factors are: 1. The initiator, 2. The triangle of force formed by 3 adepts or 3 kamaras, 3. The sponsors. In the case of the first 2 initiations, 2 masters stand, 1 on each side of the applicant, within the triangle. At the 3rd, 4th and 5th initiations, the Mahachohan and the Bodhisattva perform the function of sponsor. At the 6th and 7th initiations 2 great beings, who must remain nameless, stand within the esoteric triangle. The work of the sponsors is to pass through their bodies the force or electrical energy emanating from the rod of initiation. This force, through radiation, circles around the triangle and is supplemented by the force of the three guardians. It next passes through the centers of the sponsors, being transmitted by an act of will to the initiate. Enough has been said elsewhere in this book anent the Lodge of Masters and their relation to the applicant for initiation, whilst the work of the initiate himself has been likewise touched upon. That work is not unknown to the children of men everywhere, but remains as yet an ideal and a far-off possibility. Yet when a man strives to reach that ideal, to make it a demonstrating fact within himself, he will find that it becomes not only a possibility, but something attainable, provided he strives sufficiently. The first initiation is within the reach of many, but the necessary one-pointedness and the firm belief in the reality ahead, coupled to a willingness to sacrifice all rather than turn back, are deterrents to the many. If this book serves no other purpose than to spur some on to renewed believing effort, it will not have been written in vain. Chapter 12. The two revelations. We can now consider the stages of the initiation ceremony, which are 5 in number, as follows. 1. The presence revealed. 2. The vision seen. 3. The application of the rod, affecting a. the bodies, b. the centers, c. the causal vehicle. 4. The administration of the oath. 5. The giving of the secret and the word. These points are given in due order, and it must be remembered that this order is not idly arranged, but carries the initiate on from revelation to revelation until the culminating stage wherein is committed to him one of the secrets, and one of the 5 words of power which open to him the various planes, with all their evolutions. All that is aimed at here is to indicate the 5 main divisions into which the initiation ceremony naturally divides itself, and the student must bear in mind that each of these 5 stages is in itself a complete ceremony, and capable of detailed division. Let us now take up the various points, dwelling briefly upon each, and remembering that words but limit and confine the true meaning. The revelation of the presence, right through the later periods of the cycle of incarnation wherein the man is juggling with the pairs of opposition through discrimination, is becoming aware of reality and unreality. There is growing up in his mind a realization that he himself is an immortal existence, an eternal God, and a portion of infinity. Ever the link between the man on the physical plane and this inner Buddha becomes clearer, until the great revelation is made. Then comes a moment in his existence, when the man stands consciously face to face with his real self, and knows himself to be that self in reality, and not just theoretically. He becomes aware of the God within, not through the sense of hearing, or through attention to the inner voice directing and controlling, and called the voice of conscience. This time the recognition is through sight and direct vision. He now responds not only to that which is heard, but also to that which he sees. It is known that the first senses developed in a child are hearing, touch, and sight. The infant becomes aware of sound and turns his head. He feels and touches. Finally, he consciously sees, and in these 3 senses the personality is coordinated. These are the 3 vital senses. Taste and smell follow later, but life can be lived without them, and should they be absent, the man remains practically unhandicapped in his contacts on the physical plane. On the path of inner, or subjective development, the sequence is the same. Hearing, response to the voice of conscience, as it guides, directs, and controls. This covers the period of strictly normal evolution. Touch, response to control or vibration, and the recognition of that which lies outside of the separated human unit on the physical plane. This covers the period of gradual spiritual unfoldment, the path of probation and of discipleship right up to the door of initiation. The man touches at intervals that which is higher than himself. He becomes aware of the touch of the master, of the egoic vibration and of group vibration, and through this occult sense of touch he accustoms himself to that which is inner and subtle. He reaches out after that which concerns the higher self, and through touching unseen things, habituates himself to them. Finally, sight, that inner vision which is produced through the initiation process, yet which is withal but the recognition of faculty, always present yet unknown. Just as an infant has eyes which are perfectly good and clear from birth, yet there comes a day wherein the conscious recognition of that which is seen is first to be noted, so with the human unit undergoing spiritual unfoldment. The medium of the inner sight has ever existed, and that which can be seen is always present, but the recognition of the majority as yet exists not. This recognition by the initiate is the first great step in the initiation ceremony, and until it has transpired, all the other stages must wait. That which is recognized differs at the different initiations, and might be roughly summarized as follows. The ego, the reflection of the monad, is in itself a triplicity, as is all else in nature, and reflects the three aspects of divinity, just as the monad reflects on a higher plane the three aspects, will, love, wisdom, and active intelligence, of the deity. Therefore, at the first initiation the initiate becomes aware of the third, or lowest, aspect of the ego, that of active intelligence. He is brought face to face with that manifestation of the great solar angel, Petrus, who is himself, the real self. He knows now past all disturbance that that manifestation of intelligence is that eternal entity who has for ages past been demonstrating his powers on the physical plane through his successive incarnations. At the second initiation this great presence is seen as a duality, and another aspect shines forth before him. He becomes aware that this radiant life, who is identified with himself, is not only intelligence in action, but also is love wisdom in origin. He merges his consciousness with this life, and becomes one with it so that on the physical plane, through the medium of that personal self, that life is seen as intelligent love expressing itself. At the third initiation the ego stands before the initiate as a perfected triplicity. Not only is the self known to be intelligent, active love, but it is revealed also as a fundamental will or purpose, with which the man immediately identifies himself, and knows that the three worlds hold for him in the future naught, but only serve as a sphere for active service, wrought out in love towards the accomplishment of a purpose, which has been hid during the ages in the heart of the self. That purpose, being now revealed, can be intelligently cooperated with, and thus matured. These profound revelations shine forth before the initiate in a triple manner, as a radiant angelic existence. This is seen by the inner eye with the same accuracy of vision and judgment, as when a man stands face to face with another member of the human family. The great solar angel, who embodies the real man, and is his expression on the plane of higher mind, is literally his divine ancestor, the watcher who, through long cycles of incarnation, has poured himself out in sacrifice in order that man might be, as a sphere of radiant fire, linked with the initiate standing before it by that magnetic thread of fire which passes through all his bodies, and terminates within the center of the physical brain. This silver thread, as it is rather inaccurately called in the Bible, where the description of its loosing of the physical body and subsequent withdrawal is found, emanates from the heart center of the solar angel, linking thus heart and brain, that great duality manifesting in this solar system, love and intelligence. This fiery sphere is linked likewise with many others belonging to the same group and ray, and thus it is a literal fact in demonstration that on the higher planes we are all one. One life pulsates and circulates through all, via the fiery strands. This is part of the revelation which comes to a man who stands in the presence with his eyes occultly opened, as a many-tinted lotus of 9 petals. These petals are arranged in 3 circles around a central set of 3 closely folded petals, which shield what is called in the Eastern books the jewel in the lotus. This lotus is a thing of rare beauty, pulsating with life and radiant with all the colors of the rainbow, and at the first 3 initiations the 3 circles are revealed in order, until at the 4th initiation the initiate stands before a still greater revelation, and learns the secret of that which lies within the central bud. In this connection the 3rd initiation differs somewhat from the other 2, inasmuch as through the power of a still more exalted hierophant than the Bodhisattva, the electrical fire of pure spirit, latent in the heart of the lotus, is first contacted. In all these words, solar angel, sphere of fire, and lotus, lies hid some aspect of the central mystery of human life, but it will only be apparent to those who have eyes to see. The mystic significance of these pictorial phrases will prove only a snare or a basis for incredulity to the man who seeks to materialize them unduly. The thought of an immortal existence, of a divine entity, of a great center of fiery energy, and of the full flower of evolution, lies hidden in these terms, and they must be thus considered. At the fourth initiation, the initiate is brought into the presence of that aspect of himself, which is called his Father in heaven. He is brought face to face with his own monad, that pure spiritual essence on the highest plane but one, which is to his ego or higher self what that ego is to the personality or lower self. This monad has expressed itself on the mental plane through the ego in a triple fashion, but now all aspects of the mind, as we understand it, are lacking. The solar angel hitherto contacted has withdrawn himself, and the form through which he functioned, the egoic or causal body, has gone, and naught is left but love, wisdom, and that dynamic will which is the prime characteristic of spirit. The lower self has served the purposes of the ego, and has been discarded. The ego likewise has served the purposes of the monad, and is no longer required, and the initiate stands free of both, fully liberated and able to contact the monad, as earlier he learned to contact the ego. For the remainder of his appearances in the three worlds he is governed only by will and purpose, self-initiated, and creates his body of manifestation, and thus controls, within karmic limits, his own times and seasons. The karma here referred to is planetary karma, and not personal. At this fourth initiation he contacts the love aspect of the monad, and at the fifth the will aspect, and thus completes his contacts, responds to all necessary vibrations, and is master on the 5 planes of human evolution. Further, it is at the third, the fourth, and the fifth initiations that he becomes aware also of that presence which enfolds even that spiritual entity, his own monad. He sees his monad as one with the planetary logos. Through the channel of his own monad he sees the selfsame aspects, which that monad embodies, on a wider scale, and the planetary logos, who ensouls all the monads on his ray, is thus revealed. This truth is well nigh impossible to express in words, and concerns the relation of the electrical point of fire, which is the monad, to the 5-pointed star, which reveals the presence of the planetary logos to the initiate. This is practically incomprehensible to the average man for whom this book is written. At the 6th initiation, the initiate, functioning consciously as the love aspect of the monad, is brought, via his father, into a still vaster recognition, and becomes aware of that star which encloses his planetary star, just as that star has earlier been seen as enclosing his own tiny spark. He thus makes his conscious contact with the solar logos, and realizes within himself the oneness of all life and manifestation. This recognition is extended at the 7th initiation, so that 2 aspects of the one life become realities to the emancipated Buddha. Thus by a graded series of steps is the initiate brought face to face with truth and existence. It will be apparent to thoughtful students why this revealing of the presence has to precede all other revelations. It produces within the mind of the initiate the following basic realizations. His faith for ages is justified, and hope and belief merge themselves in self-ascertained fact. Faith is lost in sight, and things unseen are seen and known. No more can he doubt, but he has become instead, through his own effort, a knower. His oneness with his brothers is proven, and he realizes the indissoluble link which binds him to his fellow men everywhere. Brotherhood is no longer a theory, but a proven scientific fact, no more to be disputed than the separateness of men on the physical plane is to be disputed. The immortality of the soul and the reality of the unseen worlds is for him proven and ascertained. Whereas, before initiation, this belief was based on brief and fleeting vision, and strong inner convictions, the result of logical reasoning, and of a gradually developing intuition, now it is based on sight, and on a recognition past all disproving, of his own immortal nature. He realizes the meaning and source of energy, and can begin to wield power with scientific accuracy and direction. He knows now whence he draws it, and has had a glimpse of the resources of energy which are available. Before, he knew that energy existed, and used it blindly and sometimes unwisely. Now he sees it under the direction of the open mind, and can cooperate intelligently with the forces of nature. Thus, in many ways, does the revelation of the presence produce definite results in the initiate, and thus it is judged by the hierarchy to be the necessary preamble to all later revelations. The revelation of the vision, having brought the initiate face to face with the one with whom for countless ages he has had to do, and having awakened in him an unshakable realization of the oneness of the fundamental life, as it manifests through all lesser lives, the next momentous revelation is that of the vision. The first revelation has concerned that which is undefinable, illimitable, and, to the finite mind, infinite in its abstractness and absoluteness. The second revelation concerns time and space, and involves the recognition by the initiate, through the newly aroused sense of occult sight, of the part he has played, and has to play in the plan, and later of the plan itself in so far as it concerns a. his ego, b. his egoic group, c. his ray group, d. his planetary logos. In this fourfold apprehension you have portrayed the gradual realization that is his during the process of the 4 initiations preceding final liberation. At the first initiation he becomes aware definitely of the part, relatively inconspicuous, that he has to play in his personal life during the period ensuing between the moment of revelation and the taking of the second initiation. This may involve one more life or several. He knows the trend they should take. He realizes somewhat his share in the service of the race. He sees the plan as a whole where he himself is concerned, a tiny mosaic within the general pattern. He becomes conscious of how he, with his particular type of mind, aggregate of gifts, mental and otherwise, and his varying capacities, can serve, and what must be accomplished by him before he can again stand in the presence, and receive an extended revelation. At the second initiation the part his egoic group plays in the general scheme is shown to him. He becomes more aware of the different group units with whom he is intrinsically associated. He realizes who they are in their personalities, if in incarnation, and he sees somewhat what are the karmic relations between groups, units and himself. He is given an insight into the specific group purpose, and its relation to other groups. He can now work with added assurance, and his intercourse with people on the physical plane becomes more certain. He can both aid them and himself in the adjusting of karma, and therefore bring about a more rapid approach to the final liberation. Group relations are consolidated, and the plans and purposes can be furthered more intelligently. As this consolidation of group relations proceeds, it produces on the physical plane that concerted action, and that wise unity in purpose which results in the materialization of the higher ideals, and the adaptation of force in the wise furthering of the ends of evolution. When this has reached a certain stage, the units forming the groups have learned to work together, and have thus stimulated each other. They can now proceed to a further expansion of knowledge, resulting in a further capacity to help. At the third initiation there is revealed to the initiate the purpose of the sub-ray of the ray to which he belongs, that upon which his ego finds itself. All egoic units are upon some sub-ray of the monadic ray. This knowledge is conferred upon the initiate so as to enable him eventually to find for himself, along the line of least resistance, the ray of his monad. This sub-ray bears upon its stream of energy many groups of egos, and the initiate is therefore made aware not only of his egoic group and its intelligent purpose, but of many other groups, similarly composed. Their united energy is working towards a clearly defined goal. Having learned somewhat group relations, and having developed the ability to work with units in group formation, the initiate now learns the secret of group subordination to the good of the aggregate of groups. This will demonstrate on the physical plane as an ability to work wisely, intelligently and harmoniously with many diverse types, and to cooperate in large plans and wield wide influence. A part of the plans of the planetary logos becomes revealed to him, and the vision includes the revelation of the plan and purpose as it concerns the planet, though as yet the vision is obscured in connection with those plans in their planetary relationship. This brings the initiate through a series of graded realizations to the portals of the fourth initiation. Through the entire loosing of the initiate from all trammels in the three worlds and the breaking of all bonds of limiting karma, the vision this time is greatly extended, and it might be said that for the first time he becomes aware of the extent of planetary purpose and karma within the scheme. His own personal unimportant karma being now adjusted, he can give his attention to the working off of planetary karma, and the far-reaching plans of that great life who includes all the lesser lives. He not only is brought to a full recognition of the purposes and plans for all the evolutions upon his own planetary scheme, the Earth, but also there swings into the radius of his apprehension that planetary scheme, which is our Earth's complement or polar opposite. He realizes the interrelation existing between the two schemes, and the vast dual purpose is revealed to him. It is shown to him how this dual purpose must become one united plan, and henceforth he bends all his energies towards planetary cooperation as it is furthered by work with and through the two great evolutions, human and deva, upon our planet. This concerns the making of adjustments, and the gradual application of energy and stimulation of the various kingdoms in nature, so that through the blending of all of nature's forces the interplay of energy between the two schemes may be quickened. In this way the plans of the solar logos, as they are being worked out through two planetary logoi, may be consummated. The handling, therefore, of solar energy on a tiny scale, is now his privilege, and he is admitted not only into the council chambers of his own hierarchy, but is permitted entrance also when agents from other planetary schemes are in conference with the Lord of the world, and the two great departmental heads. At the fifth initiation the vision brings to him a still more extended outlook, and a third planetary scheme is seen, forming with the other two schemes one of those triangles of force, which are necessitated in the working out of solar evolution. Just as all manifestation proceeds through duality and triplicity back to eventual synthesis, so these schemes, which are but centers of force in the body of a solar logos, work first as separated units living their own integral life, then as dualities, through the interplay of force through any two schemes, thus aiding, stimulating and complementing each other, and finally as a solar triangle, circulating force from point to point and center to center, until the energy is merged and synthesized, and the three work together in unity, when the adept of the fifth initiation can work in line with the plans of the three logoi involved, cooperating with them with ever greater ability. As time elapses, he becomes ready for the sixth initiation, which admits him to still higher conclaves. He becomes a participant in solar, and not merely planetary purposes. At this sixth initiation the most marvelous vision of the entire series is his. He sees the solar system as a unit, and gets a brief revealing which opens to his amazed understanding the fundamental purpose of the solar logos. For the first time he sees the plans as a whole in all their ramifications. At the seventh initiation his vision penetrates beyond the solar ring pass not, and he sees that which he has long realized as a basic theoretical fact, that our solar logos is involved in the plans and purposes of a still greater existence, and that the solar system is but one of many centers of force through which a cosmic entity vastly greater than our own solar logos is expressing himself. In these visions one great purpose underlies them all, the revelation of essential unity, and the unveiling of those inner relationships, which, when known, will tend ever more fully to swing the initiate into the line of self-abnegating service, and which will make of him one who works towards synthesis, towards harmony, and towards a basic unity. During the initiation ceremony, the opening of the eyes of the initiate to see and realize divides itself into three parts, which are nevertheless parts of one process. 1. The past sweeps before him, and he sees himself playing many parts, all of which are realized to be but the gradual bringing of his forces and capacities to the point where he can be of service to and with his group. He sees and identifies himself, according to the particular initiation, with a. himself in many earlier lives, b. his group in earlier groups of lives, c. his egoic ray as it pours down through man's cycles of time, d. his planetary logos as he functions in the past through many evolutions and kingdoms in the entire scheme, and so on until he has identified himself with the past of the one life flowing through all planetary schemes and evolutions in the solar system. This produces in him the resolve to work off karma, and the knowledge, from the seeing of past causes, of how it must be accomplished, to the present. It is revealed to him what is the specific work to be done during the lesser cycle in which he is immediately involved. This means that he sees not only that which concerns him in any one life, but he knows what is to be the immediate bit of the plan, involving maybe several of his tiny cycles called lives, which the planetary logos seeks to see consummated. He then may be said to know his work past all gainsaying, and can apply himself to his task with a clear knowledge as to the why, the how, and the when. 3. The future. Then, for his encouragement, there is granted to him a picture of a final consummation of a glory past all description, with a few outstanding points indicative of the major steps thereto. He sees for one brief second the glory, as it shall be, and that path of radiant beauty which shineth ever more and more unto the perfect day. In the earlier stages he sees the glory of his perfected egoic group, later the radiance which pours forth from the ray which carries on its bosom the perfected sons of men of one particular color and type. Later again he gets a glimpse of the perfection of that great being, who is his own planetary logos, until finally the perfection of all beauty and the radiance which includes all other rays of light is revealed, the sun shining in his strength, the solar logos at the moment of consummated purpose. Chapter 13. The Rods of Initiation. The rods of initiation are of 4 kinds. 1. Cosmic, used by a cosmic logos in the initiations of a solar logos, and of the 3 major planetary logoi. 2. Systemic, used by a solar logos in the initiations of a planetary logos. With cosmic initiation we have naught to do. It concerns expansions of realization beyond even the ken of the highest initiate in our solar system. With systemic initiations we are concerned only in trifling measure, for they are on so vast a scale that the average human mind cannot as yet envisage them. Man appreciates these initiations only in so far as they produce effects in the planetary scheme with which he may be concerned. Particularly is this so should the scheme in which he plays his microscopic part be the center in the logoic body receiving stimulation. When that is the case, the initiation of his own planetary logos takes place, and consequently he, as a cellular body, receives an added stimulation along with the other sons of men. 3. Planetary, used by our planetary logos for initiation purposes, and for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th major initiations, with the 2 higher. At the planetary initiation the rod of power, wielded by the solar logos, is charged with pure electrical force from Sirius, and was received by our logos during the secondary period of creation, from the hands of that great entity who is the presiding lord of the lords of karma. He is the repository of the Lord during manifestation, and he it is who is the representative in the solar system of that greater brotherhood on Sirius whose lodges are found functioning as the occult hierarchies in the different planets. Again, he it is who, with the solar logos to guide him, invests the various initiators with power, gives to them that word in secret which enables them to draw down the pure electric force with which their rods of office must be charged, and commits to their keeping the peculiar secret of their particular planetary scheme. 4. Hierarchical, used by an occult hierarchy for minor initiations, and for the first 2 initiations of Monas by the Bodhisattva, when man individualized in Lemurian days. It was through the application of the rod of initiation to the logos of our earth chain, which touched into activity certain centers in his body, with their corresponding groups. This application produced literally the awakening of the life to intelligent work on the mental plane. Animal man was conscious on the physical, and on the astral planes. By the stimulation effected by the electric rod, this animal man awoke to consciousness on the mental. Thus the three bodies were coordinated, and the thinker enabled to function in them. All rods of initiation cause certain effects. A. Stimulation of the latent fires till they blaze. B. Synthesis of the fires through an occult activity that brings them within the radius of each other. C. Increase of the vibratory activity of some center, whether in man, a heavenly man, or a solar logos. D. Expansion of all the bodies, but primarily of the causal body. E. The arousing of the kundalinic fire, or the fire at the base of the spine, and the direction of its upward progression. This fire, and the fire of Monas, are directed along certain routes, or triangles, by the following of the rod as it moves in a specified manner. There is a definite occult reason, under the laws of electricity, behind the known fact that every initiate presented to the initiator is accompanied by two of the masters, who stand one on either side of the initiate. The three of them together form a triangle which makes the work possible. The force of the rod is twofold, and its power terrific. Apart and alone the initiate could not receive the voltage from the rod without serious hurt, but in triangle transmission comes safety. We need to remember here that two masters sponsor all applicants for initiation, and represent two polarities of the electric all. Part of their function is to stand with applicants for initiation when they come before the Great Lord. When the rods are held in the hands of the initiator in his position of power, and at the stated seasons, they act as transmitters of electric force from very high levels, so high indeed that the flaming diamond, at certain of the final initiations, the 6th and 7th, transmits force via the logos from outside the system altogether. This major rod is the one used on this planet, but within the system there are several such rods of power, and they are to be found in 3 grades, if it may be so expressed. One rod of initiation is used for the first 2 initiations, and is wielded by the Great Lord. It is magnetized by the application of the flaming diamond, the magnetization being repeated for each New World teacher. There is a wonderful ceremony performed at the time that a New World teacher takes office, in which he receives his rod of power, the same rod as used since the foundation of our planetary hierarchy, and holds it forth to the Lord of the world, who touches it with his own mighty rod, causing a fresh recharging of its electric capacity. This ceremony takes place at Shambhala. The rod of initiation known as the flaming diamond is used by Sanat Quinara, the one initiator. This rod lies hidden in the east, and holds the fire hidden that irradiates the wisdom religion. This rod was brought by the Lord of the world from Venus, and once in every world period, it is subjected to a similar process to that of the lesser rod, only this time it is recharged by the direct action of the Logos himself, the Logos of the solar system. The exact location of this rod is known only to the Lord of the world and to the corns of the rays, and being the talisman of this evolution, the Chohan of the second ray is, under the Lord of the world, its prime guardian, aided by the Deva Lord of the second plane. The Buddhas of activity are responsible for its custody, and under them the Chohan of the ray. It is produced only at stated times, when specific work has to be done. It is used not only at the initiating of men, but at certain planetary functions of which nothing is at present known. It has its place and function in certain ceremonies connected with the inner round, and the triangle formed by the Earth, Mars, and Mercury. The purpose of the rods of power, in the scepter of a ruling monarch at this day, is hidden the symbolism of these various rods. They are duly recognized as symbols of office and of power, but it is not generally appreciated that they are of electrical origin, and that their true significance is concerned with the dynamic stimulation of all the subordinates in office who come under their touch, thus inspiring them to increased activity and service for the race. The great rod of power of the Logos himself is hidden in the sun. To recapitulate, the esoteric location of the various rods is as follows. 1. The rod of the Bodhisattva lies hidden in the heart of the wisdom, that is, at Shambhala. 2. The rod of the one initiator is hidden in the east, a definite planetary location. 3. The rod of the solar Logos is hidden in the heart of the sun, that mysterious subjective sphere which lies back of our physical sun, and of which our physical sun is but the environing shield and envelope. 4. The rod of the cosmic logos associated with our solar logos is secreted in that central spot in the heavens around which our solar system revolves, and which is termed the central spiritual sun. One rod is charged anew at Shambhala for each new world teacher. The rod of Sanat Kumara is charged afresh at each recurring world period, and therefore 7 times in the history of a planetary scheme. The logoic rod of power is electrified at the recurrence of each new period of creation, or for each solar system through which the logos manifests, as a man manifests through his physical body life. The first 2 ceremonies take place at Shambhala, the sacred point of planetary manifestation, that central location in our physical planet, which corresponds to the heart of a human being. Many of the places on the Earth's surface, for instance, which are famed for their healing properties, are thus noted because they are magnetized spots, and their magnetic properties demonstrate as healing influences. The recognition of these properties by man is but the preamble of a later and more tangible recognition, which will eventuate when his etheric sight is normally developed. These magnetic spots are magnetized in 3 ways. 1. By Sanat Kumara working through the Manu. This occurs when it is desirable to form a central magnetic point which, by its attractive power, will draw into a coherent wholesome race, nation, or large organization. Every nation has its magnetic point, formed in etheric matter by the application of the flaming diamond to the ethers. It is the national heart and the basis of the national character. Usually the chief city of a nation is built up around it, but this is not invariably so. 2. By Sanat Kumara working through the Bodhisattva, in this case, the electric force in the rod is wielded in order to draw closer together those influences which demonstrate in the great religions of the world. The lesser rod of power is used here in conjunction with the greater. By their means the attractive quality or keynote of any religion is struck, and of any organization with a religious basis. 3. By Sanat Kumara working through the Mahakohan. By the wielding of the rod of power the magnetic focal point of those great organizations, which affect the civilization and the culture of a people are brought into coherent activity. All physical plane organizations, governmental, religious, or cultural, is the working out of inner forces and causes, and, before they definitely appear in physical manifestation, a focalization, if it might be so expressed, of these influences and energies, takes place on etheric levels. The organization of the Freemasons is a case in point. It has 2 magnetic centers, one of which is in Central Europe. In all the cases cited, the Lord of the World was the officiating agent, as is ever the case in the founding of great and important movements. In all lesser movements for the helping of the race, initiated by the masters working through their disciples, the aid of the Bodhisattva is invoked, and the lesser cod of power employed. When disciples initiate a movement on a relatively tiny scale, the master with whom they work can similarly assist them, and though he wields no rod of power, he has methods whereby he can stimulate and cause to cohere the little endeavor of the faithful followers. Thus in all departments of human life the rods of initiation, and the words of power are used. The entire world government functions under law and order, and the whole scheme is interdependent. To return to the subject of human initiation, and these rods of power. At the time of the initiation ceremony, after the 2 great revelations there comes a moment of utter silence, and in the interim the initiate realizes within himself the meaning of peace. He stands, as it were, in a void, or in a vacuum, wherein naught seemingly can reach him. He stands twixt earth and heaven for a brief second, conscious of naught but the meaning of things as they are, realizing his own essential divinity, and the part which he must play when he again returns to earth's service from the council chamber of heaven. He is conscious of no anxiety, fear, or doubt. He has contacted the divine presence, and has seen the vision. He knows what he has to do, and how he must do it, and peace and joy unutterable fill his heart. This is an interlude of stillness before a period of renewed activity, which begins at the moment that the rod is applied. Whilst he has been thus withdrawn within himself, with all his forces centered in his heart, the attendant Lodge of Masters have been performing certain ceremonies and chanting certain words, preparatory to the appearance of the initiator upon the throne, and the wielding of the rod. The Hierophant has hitherto been present, but the work has been handled by the Lodge and the sponsors. He now ascends to the place of power, and the rod is brought to him by its legitimate custodians. It is not possible here to publish the details of the next stage, beyond using the description as embodied in the words "Fire descends from heaven 7. Through the utterance of certain words and phrases, which are one of the secrets of initiation, and which vary with each initiation, the electrical force to be employed descends upon the rod, passing through the heart and the hand of the initiator to the three who stand in triangular relation to the throne of office. They receive it in turn, and circulate it by act of will through their hearts, thus passing it to the sponsors. They again, by an act of will, prepare to transmit it to that center in the body of the initiate which is, according to the initiation, to receive stimulation. Then succeeds an interesting interlude, wherein the united wills of the hierarchy are blended in order to transmit that force which the rod has put into circulation. The Hierophant utters the word, and the force is literally thrown into the initiates' bodies and centers, passing down through the centers on the mental plane, via the astral centers, to the centers on etheric levels, which finally absorb it. This is the stupendous moment for the initiate, and brings to him a realization of the literal absolute truth of the phrase that God is a consuming fire. He knows past all gainsaying that fiery energy and electric force constitute the sum total of all that is. He is literally bathed in the fires of purification. He sees fire on all sides, pouring out through the rod, circulating around the triangle, and passing through the bodies of the two sponsoring adepts. For a brief second, the entire Lodge of Masters and Initiates, standing in their ceremonial places without the triangle, are hidden from view by a wall of pure fire. The initiate sees no one, save the Hierophant, and is aware of nothing but a fiery blaze of pure, blue-white flame, which burns, but destroys not, which intensifies the activity of every atom in his body without disintegrating, and which purifies his entire nature. The fire tries his work, of what sort it is, and he passes through the flame. The effect of the application of the rod, upon the initiates' bodies, the effect is fourfold and lasting, but varies according to the initiation taken. The action of the rod is most carefully and scientifically regulated, and at each succeeding initiation the voltage is increased, and the activity of the resulting fire and its heat intensified. By the application of the rod the initiate finds, 1. That the activity of each individual atom in his various bodies is increased, resulting in a greater degree of nervous energy, and an elasticity and resistance, which will serve him in good stead in the strenuous life of service ahead. 2. That matter of an undesirable type in his bodies is shaken loose, and the atomic walls somewhat destroyed, making the atoms radioactive, if it might be so expressed, and therefore more easily eliminated. 3. The fires of the body are stimulated, and the total energy of the threefold lower man is coordinated, so that there is less waste of energy, and a greater coherence and uniformity in action. 4. The aligning of the various bodies in connection with the causal, or egoic body is aided, and thus continuity of consciousness, and receptivity to the behests of the ego, become possible. The initiate will find, when he returns from the ceremony, and takes up his work in the world, that the stimulation received will bring about in his bodies a period of great activity, and also of strife. This strife, persisted in to the point of victory, will result in his taking out of his body undesirable matter, and building in new and better material. He will find that his powers for service are enormously increased, and his nervous energy intensified, so that he can draw upon reserves of force in service hitherto unsuspected. He will find, also, that the response of the physical brain to the voice of the higher self, and its receptivity to the higher and subtler impressions is greatly furthered. Eventually, through the work accomplished, he will succeed in eliminating all matter of a subatomic character, and will then build bodies of substance of the highest subplane on each plane. He will become aware that all his energies can be consciously and constructively controlled, that he knows the real meaning of continuity of consciousness, and can function simultaneously on the three planes with full inner realization, be upon the causal or egoic body. It is only possible to touch very briefly upon the effect of the application of the rod to the causal body of the initiate. The subject is immense, and will be more fully dealt with in the treatise on cosmic fire to be published later. There are just two ways in which some idea of the fundamental truth will be conveyed to the mind of the student, which we might now consider. First, the student should bear in mind the interesting significance of the fact that he, on the physical plane, is a functioning personality, with known and realized characteristics, and yet withal, that he is a subjective life, who uses that personality as a medium of expression, and who, through the agency of the physical, emotional, and mental bodies which comprise the threefold lower man, makes his contacts with the physical plane, and thus develops. The same general idea of development must be now extended to the higher self, the ego on its own plane. This ego is a great solar angel, who is the medium of expression for the monad or pure spirit, just as is the personality for the ego on the lower level. From the point of view of man in the three worlds, this ego, or solar lord, is eternal. He persists throughout the entire cycle of incarnation, just as the personality persists during the tiny physical life cycle. Nevertheless, this period of existence is only relatively permanent, and the day dawns when the life which expresses itself through the medium of the ego, the thinker, the solar lord or Manasadeva, seeks to loose itself from even this limitation, and to return to the source from which it originally emanated. The life then, which manifested as a solar angel, and which, through inherent energy, held together through long ages the form egoic, withdraws itself gradually, and the form slowly dissipates, the lesser lives of which it has been constituted, return to the general fount of Deva substance, plus the increased consciousness and activity, which is theirs through the experience of being built into a form, and utilized by a still higher aspect of existence. Similarly, in the case of the personality, when the life egoic withdraws, the threefold lower self dissipates, the little lives which form the body of what has been called the lunar self, in contradistinction to the solar self, being but its reflection, are absorbed into the general reservoir of Deva substance of a lower vibration to that which composed the body egoic. Similarly, also, their evolution has been furthered through having been built into a form for the use of the higher self. Through the application of the rod of initiation, the work of separating the spiritual self from the higher self is furthered, and the imprisoned life gradually escapes, whilst the causal body is slowly absorbed or dissipated. This has led to the expression, sometimes used in occult books, of the cracking of the causal body at each initiation, and to the idea of the inner central fire gradually breaking through and destroying the confining walls, and also of the destruction of the Temple of Solomon through the withdrawal of the Shekinah. All these phrases are symbolic wordings, and are attempts to convey to the mind of man fundamental truth from different angles. By the time the fourth initiation has been reached, the work of destruction is accomplished, the solar angel returns to his own place, having performed his function, and the solar lives seek their point of emanation. The life within the form mounts up then in triumph to the bosom of its Father in heaven, just as the life within the physical body at the moment of death seeks its source, the ego, and this likewise in 4 stages. 1. By the withdrawal from the dense physical body. 2. By the withdrawal from the etheric body. 3. By a later vacating of the astral body. 4. A final leaving of the mental body. Another way of emphasizing the same truth is to regard the egoic body as a center of force, a wheel of energy, or a lotus, and to picture it as a lotus with 9 petals, hiding within these petals a central unit of 3 petals. These in their turn secrete the central life, or the jewel in the lotus. As evolution proceeds, these 3 circles of 3 petals gradually unfold, having a simultaneous effect on one or other of the central 3. These 3 circles are called respectively the petals of sacrifice, love, and knowledge. At initiation, the rod is applied to the petals in a scientific manner, and regulated according to ray and tendency. This brings about the opening of the central bud, the revelation of the jewel, the withdrawal of that jewel from the casket which has so long shielded it, and its transference to the crown, as it is occultly called, meaning its return to the monad whence it came. We must clearly recognize that all the above is but an attempt, through the limiting agency of words, to describe the method and the rites whereby spiritual liberation is finally achieved in this cycle, first, through the method of evolutionary unfoldment, or gradual development, and then in the final stages through the rod of initiation. See upon the centers. At the time that initiation is taken, the centers are all active, and the lower 4, which correspond to the personality, are beginning the process of translating the fire into the 3 higher. The dual revolution in the lower centers is clearly to be seen, and the 3 higher are commencing to be similarly active. By the application of the rod of initiation at the time of the initiation ceremony, definite results are achieved in connection with the centers, which might be enumerated as follows. The fire at the base of the spine is definitely directed to whichever center is the object of special attention. This varies according to ray, or the specialized work of the initiate. The center has its activity intensified, its rate of revolution increased, and certain of the central spokes of the wheel brought into more active radiance. These spokes of the wheel, or these petals of the lotus, have a close connection with the different spiralae in the permanent atoms, for instance, and in their stimulation comes into play one or more of the corresponding spiralae in the permanent atoms on the 3 lower planes. After the 3rd initiation, a corresponding stimulation takes place in the permanent atoms of the triad, leading to a coordination of the Buddhic vehicle, and the transference of the lower polarization into the higher. By the application of the rod of initiation, the downflow of force from the ego to the personality is tripled, the direction of that force being dependent upon whether the centers receiving attention are the etheric or the astral at the 1st and 2nd initiations, or whether the initiate is standing before the Lord of the world. In the latter case, his mental centers, or their corresponding force vortices on higher levels, will receive stimulation. When the world teacher initiates at the 1st and 2nd initiations, the direction of the triadal force is turned to the vivification of the heart and throat centers in their position of synthesizing the lower. When the one initiator applies the rod of his power, the downflow is from the monad, and though the throat and heart intensify vibration as a response, the main direction of the force is to the 7 head centers, and finally, at liberation, to the radiant head center above, synthesizing the lesser 7 head centers. The centers, at initiation, receive a fresh access of vibratory capacity and of power, and this results in the exoteric life as 1. A sensitiveness and refinement of the vehicles, which may result at first in much suffering to the initiate, but which produce a capacity to respond that far outweighs the incidental pain. 2. A development of psychic faculty that again may lead to temporary distress, but which eventually causes a recognition of the one self in all selves, which is the goal of endeavor. 3. A burning away of the etheric web, through the gradual arousing of Kundalini, and its correct geometrical progression, and a resultant continuity of consciousness that enables the initiate consciously to utilize time as a factor on the planes of evolution. 4. A gradual grasp of the law of vibration as an aspect of the basic law of building, the law of attraction, is brought about, and the initiate learns consciously to build, to manipulate thought matter for the perfecting of the plans of the logos, to work in mental essence, and to apply the law on mental levels, and thereby affect the physical plane. Motion originates cosmically on cosmic levels, and in the microcosm the same will be seen. There is an occult hint here that, pondered on, will reveal much. At initiation, at the moment of the application of the rod, The initiate consciously realizes the meaning of the law of attraction in form building, and in the synthesis of the three fires. Upon his ability to retain that realization, and himself to apply the law, will depend his power to progress. 5. The Hierophant transmits higher manasic energy to the initiate, so that he is enabled consciously to know and recognize the plan for his group center, through the immensely increased stimulation. This force descends from the manasic permanent atom via the antaskarana, and is directed to whichever center the Hierophant, under the law, sees should be stimulated. 6. The initiator stabilizes the force and regulates its flow, as it circulates through the egoic body, so that when the work of unfoldment is accomplished, the seventh principle at the heart of the lotus can stand revealed. After each initiation, the lotus is more unfolded, and light from the center begins to blaze forth, a light or fire which ultimately burns through the three enshrining petals, and permits the full inner glory to be seen, and the electric fire of spirit to be manifested. As this is brought about on the second subplane of the mental plane, whereon the egoic lotus is now situated, a corresponding stimulation takes place in the dense substance, which forms the petals or wheels of the centers on the astral and etheric levels. Chapter 14. The administration of the oath, the work of the lodge during initiation. We now come to the most solemn part of the initiation ceremony. This ceremony, from one point of view, divides itself into three parts. First, that in which the initiate is concerned, and in which he realizes his own august self, the presence, and sees the vision and the plan. Second, that in which the initiator is concerned, in which he wields the rod of fire, and effects certain specific results in the body of the applicant. Third, that in which certain words and formulas are committed to the initiate by the Hierophant, and which he carries away within his consciousness in order the better to carry out that portion of the plan which concerns himself. During the whole procedure, the Lodge of Masters, congregated without the triangle of force, has been occupied with a threefold work, their aim being to produce certain results in the consciousness of the initiate, find thus to aid the Hierophant in his strenuous endeavor. It must be remembered that under the law of economy, wherever there is an application or a transmission of force from one force center to another, there is a consequent diminution in the center of withdrawal. This is the basis of the set times and seasons in connection with the initiation ceremony. The sun is the source of all energy and power, and the work of the initiator is facilitated when advantage is taken of favorable solar conditions. The times and seasons are ascertained through esoteric solar and cosmic astrology, this being based, of course, on the correct figures, the true mathematical conception, and a real knowledge of the basic facts concerning the planets and the solar system. The horoscope of the initiate is also invariably cast so as to check the time for an individual initiation, and only when the individual signs blend and coincide with the ceremonial chart by which the initiator is guided, is it possible to perform the ceremony. This is the reason why sometimes initiation has to be postponed to a later life, even when the initiate has done the necessary work. The threefold work of the lodge during the ceremony may be described as follows. First, the chanting of certain mantras sets loose energy from a particular planetary center. It must be remembered here that every planetary scheme is a center in the body of a solar logos, and embodies a peculiar type of energy or force. According to the energy desired at a particular initiation, so it is transferred, via the sun, from that planetary center to the initiate. The procedure is as follows. A. The energy is set in motion from the planetary center through the power of the planetary logos, aided by the scientific knowledge of the lodge, and the utilization of certain words of power. B. It passes thence to the sun where it mingles with pure solar energy. C. It is transmitted from the sun to that particular chain in our Earth scheme, which corresponds numerically to the particular originating planetary scheme. D. From there it is transferred to the corresponding globe, and thence to the dense physical planet. By the use of a particular mantram, the initiator then focuses the energy in his own body, using it both as a receiving and a transmitting station. Eventually it reaches the initiate, via the triangle and the sponsors. It will be apparent, therefore, to the student that when the initiator is the Lord of the world, or the physical reflection of the planetary logos of our scheme, the force comes more directly to the initiate than at the first two initiations, wherein the Bodhisattva is the Hierophant. Only at the third initiation will the initiate be in a condition to receive direct planetary force. Second, the concentration undertaken by the lodge assists the initiate to realize within himself the various processes undergone. This is accomplished by working definitely on his mental body, and thus stimulating all the atoms, through the united thought power of the masters. The work of apprehension is thus directly aided. This concentration in no way resembles hypnotic suggestion, or the powerful impress of stronger minds upon the weaker. It takes the form of a strenuous meditation by the assembled masters, and initiates upon the realities concerned and upon the self. Through the force thus liberated, the initiate is enabled to transfer his consciousness more easily away from the not-self to the divine essentials wherewith he is immediately concerned. The thought power of the masters succeeds in shutting out the vibration of the three worlds and enables the applicant literally to leave behind him all the past, and to have that far-seeing vision which sees the end from the beginning and the things of time as though they were not. Third, through certain ceremonial rhythmic action the lodge greatly assists in the work of initiation. Just as in the Wesak festival, results in forced demonstration are brought about by the use of chanted mantrams, and the sacred ceremonial pacing and interweaving of the assembled crowd in the formation of geometrical figures, so in the initiation ceremony a similar procedure is followed. The geometrical figures appropriate for the various initiations differ, and herein lies one of the safeguards of the ceremony. The initiate knows the set figure for his own initiation, but no more. All these three aspects of the work of the master and initiates in lodge assembled occupy them until the moment when the rod has been applied. Through its application the initiate has become a member of the lodge, and the entire ceremonial then changes. Prior to the taking of the oath and the revelation of the word and secret, the sponsors drop back from either side of the initiate and take their places in the ranks, whilst the three Buddhas of activity, or their representatives at the first two initiations, take their stand behind the seat of office of the Hierophant. The lodge members are grouped differently, and initiates of the same degree as the newly admitted applicant place themselves around him, and assist in the final part of the ceremony. The remainder of the initiates and adepts stand in their various grades. The earlier three stages of the initiation ceremony are the same for all initiations. In the final two stages those who are not of equal rank with the newly made initiate, such as first-degree initiates at the initiation of a third-degree member, drop back to the rear of the hall of initiation at Shambhala, and a wall of silence is built up through mantric energy between the two groups. A vacuum, so to speak, is formed, and nothing can then be transmuted from the inner group to the outer. The latter confine themselves to deep meditation and the chanting of certain formulas, and in the inner group around the Hierophant a dual performance is taking place. A. The newly made initiate is taking the oath. B. Certain words and secrets are being handed over to him. Two types of oaths. All oaths connected with the occult hierarchy may be divided into two groups. 1. The oath of initiation, in which the initiate binds himself by the most solemn pledges never to reveal, on pain of summary punishment, any occult secret, or to express in words outside the initiation hall that which has been committed to his keeping. 2. The oath of office, administered when any member of the lodge takes a specific post in hierarchical work. This oath deals with his functions, and with his relations to a. the Lord of the world, b. his immediate superior, c. his fellow workers in the lodge, d. the world of men whom he is to serve. It is needless to say more here regarding this latter type of oath, as it concerns only officials of the hierarchy. The oath of initiation. The oath of initiation, with which we are dealing now, is divided into three sections, and is administered by the Hierophant to the initiate, being repeated after the initiator phrase by phrase. It is punctuated at various points by the chanting, by initiates of the same degree, of words in sensu equivalent to "so let it be." The three divisions of the oath may be roughly described as 1. A solemn phrase embodying the purpose actuating the initiate, a protestation as to his unchangeable will attitude, and a solemn declaration as to his realization, coupled with a promise to reveal no part of the realized purpose except in so far as his daily life in the world of men, and his service for the race will proclaim it. This involves an oath as to secrecy concerning the revealed part of the logoic plan seen in the revelation of the vision. 2. An undertaking of a profoundly solemn nature concerning his relation to his other selves, the lodge of which he is a member, and the selves of men everywhere. This involves his attitude to his brothers of all degrees, and includes also a serious undertaking never to reveal the true nature of the self aspect, as it has been shown to him in initiation. This includes an oath of secrecy as to the realized relationship of the solar logos to the planetary logos, and of the planetary logos of our scheme to the scheme itself. 3. The enunciation of a solemn undertaking never to reveal to anyone the knowledge that has come to him as to the sources of energy and of force with which he has been brought into contact. This is a triple oath to retain complete silence as to the true nature of energy, as to its laws of manipulation, and a pledge only to use the force placed at his disposal through initiation for the service of the race, and the furthering of the plans of the planetary logos. This great oath is couched in different terms, according to the initiation undergone, and, as earlier said, is taken in 3 sections with an interlude between each part occupied by certain ceremonial work of the initiated group around the newly admitted brother. It might here be noted that each section of the oath really concerns one of the 3 aspects of divine manifestation, and as the initiate takes his pledge, one of the 3 heads of departments collaborates with the initiator in the work of administration. In this way, energy of a triple nature becomes available according to the different sections of the oath taken. This energy flows down from the 3 major rays, through the Hierophant and the corresponding departmental head at the first 2 initiations, to the initiate, via the group of initiates of the same degree, so that each initiation is a means of stimulation and expansion to all. At the final 5 initiations, the force flows via the 3 Buddhas of activity instead of the departmental heads. It might be of interest to point out here that during this part of the ceremony the group is bathed in color, corresponding to the type of energy, and its originating planetary scheme, and it is the work of the initiator to put the initiate in touch with this energy. This pours down upon the group from the moment that segregation has been effected, and is brought about by the initiator using certain words and elevating his rod of power. The 3 Buddhas of activity, who are the great energy centers upon our planet, then touch the tip of the rod with their staffs of office. A certain mystic word is jointly uttered by them, and the downpour begins, continuing to the end of the ceremony. The question may be asked whether any initiates break their oath. Very rarely, for we must remember that no initiation is taken until a certain stage has been reached. A few cases have occurred, but as the Lord of the world is cognizant of all that transpires, the future, as well as the present and the past, no opportunity is ever given to an initiate to reveal that which is hidden. Intent may exist, but opportunity will lack. The initiate who thus sins in intention will be struck dumb, and sometimes dead, prior to thus failing. Chapter 15. The giving of the word, the solar words. The basis of all manifested phenomena is the enunciated sound, or the word spoken with power, that is, with the full purpose of the will behind it. Herein, as you know, lies the value of meditation, for meditation produces eventually that inner dynamic purpose and recollection, or that internal ideation which must invariably precede the uttering of any creative sound. When it is said that the Logos produced the worlds through meditation, it means that within his own center of consciousness there was a period wherein he brooded over and meditated upon the purposes and plans he had in view, wherein he visualized to himself the entire world process as a perfected whole, seeing the end from the beginning, and being aware of the detail of the consummated sphere. Then, when his meditation was concluded, and the whole completed as a picture before his inner vision, He brought into use a certain word of power which had been committed to him by the one about whom naught may be said. The logos of the cosmic scheme of which our system is but a part. With cosmic and logoic initiations we are not concerned, except in so far as the human initiations reflect their stupendous prototypes. But it is of interest to the student to realize that just as at each initiation some word of power is committed to the initiate, so similarly to the logos was committed the great word of power which produced our solar system, that word which is called the sacred word, or Om. It must be here remembered that this sound Om is man's endeavor to reproduce on an infinitesimally small scale the cosmic triple sound whereby creation was made possible. The words of power of all degrees have a triple sequence. First, they are sounded by some fully self-conscious entity, and this invariably takes place after a period of deliberation or meditation wherein the purpose in toto is visualized. Second, they affect the Deva kingdom and produce the creation of forms. This effect is dual in character. A. The Devas on the evolutionary path, the great builders of the solar system, and those under them who have passed the human stage respond to the sound of the word, and with conscious realization collaborate with the one who has breathed it forth, and thus the work is carried out. B. The Devas on the involutionary are, the lesser builders, who have not passed through the human stage, also respond to the sound, but unconsciously, or perforce, and through the power of the initiated vibrations build the required forms out of their own substance. Third, they act as a stabilizing factor, and as long as the force of the sound persists, the forms cohere. When the logos, for instance, finishes the sounding of the sacred Aum, and the vibration ceases, then disintegration of the forms will ensue. So with the planetary logos, and thus on down the scale, the words of power, or the permutations of the Aum, exist in every possible tone, subtone, and quarter tone, and upon these shades of sound the work of creation, and its sustentation is built up. A multiplicity of sounds exists within each greater sound and affects different groups. It must be remembered also that, generally and broadly speaking, the sounds within the solar system fall into two groups. 1. The initiatory sounds, or those which produce manifestation or phenomena of any kind on all planes. 2. Eventuating sounds, or those which are produced from within the forms themselves during the evolutionary process, and which are the aggregate of the tones of every form in any particular kingdom of nature. Every form likewise has a tone which is produced by the minute sounds produced by the atoms composing that form. These sounds grow out of the other group, and affect inferior groups or kingdoms, if the word inferior may be used in connection with any department of divine manifestation. For instance, the human kingdom, the fourth creative hierarchy, was produced by a triple Aum sounded in a particular key by the three persons of the Trinity in unison, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit, or Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma. This sound is still going forth. The interplay and interblending of the many tiny notes of each human being produces a great united sound, which can be heard in the high places and which, in its turn, is having a definite effect upon the animal kingdom. It is one of the factors which produces animal forms, both for human and animal occupation, for it must ever be remembered that man links the animal and the divine. It is neither possible nor desirable to enumerate the words of power, but certain general indications may be given, which will help the student to realize somewhat the magnitude of the subject and its intricacy. 1. The great word, as sounded by the logos of the solar system, and communicated to him by his superior. 2. 3 words committed by the solar logos to each of the 3 logoi as follows. A. The sacred sound A to Shiva, he who embodies the spirit or will aspect. It is the word through which God the Father works. B. The sound U to Vishnu, God the Son. He is the form builder, and provides the body which the spirit must occupy, thereby making divine incarnation possible. A is the life sound, U is the form sound. C. The sound M to Brahma, who, in his work of energy provider, links in active intelligence, spirit and form, or the self and not self. It might here be pointed out that much information anent the three departments of the hierarchy of our planet will come to the student who wisely ponders these functions. 3. 7 great words, again based on the sacred three sounds AUM. These produced creation, or the manifestation of the 7 planes of our solar system. They are committed not to human entities, but to the 7 great devas or Raja lords who are the ensuing lives of a plane. Hence, in the various initiations, their collaboration is necessary before these key words can be committed to the initiate. 4. 49 words related to the 49 subplanes or fires. These again are committed to the 49 builders of the sacred fires. The above 2 groups of words are in the jurisdiction of the third aspect, and are given out by Brahma. 5. There are again 5 great words with signs which come under the department of Vishnu, or God the Son, and are breathed out by him. By their means the 5 kingdoms of nature on the evolutionary arc came into being. A. The mineral kingdom. B. The vegetable kingdom. C. The animal kingdom. D. The human kingdom. E. The spiritual kingdom. These 5 are permutations of, or are built up upon the sound U, as the ones earlier enumerated are built up upon the sound M. In connection with the first 3 kingdoms, it may be of interest to note that they are based upon 2 sounds, the U sounded on the basic key tone of the M. In the 4th kingdom the M tone is dying down and the 2 notes sounded forth are the U and the A. In the 5th kingdom the M has subsided into a distant undertone, the U is blended with it so as to be indistinguishable, and the A, or Shiva note, is pealing forth in power, and is practically the only note heard. By the sounding of this note, that of Shiva the destroyer, the not-self is negated, and all that is not of spirit passes into dissolution. It is the coming in of the A sound which effects the severance or liberation of the initiate from the 3 worlds. 6. There are certain words also committed to each of the planetary logoi, and they are the basis of planetary manifestation. As is well known, the sound of the Brahma aspect, or the third aspect of our particular planetary logos, is Fa, and herein lies much of illumination as to his point in evolution, for it is immediately apparent that the A sound is reaching even the dense physical. 7. Within our own hierarchy there are numbers of words built up upon the great word of our planetary logos, and these are committed to the departmental heads, who in turn pass them on in permutated order to the graded initiates. It will be wise here for the student to differentiate carefully in his mind between words and sounds, for the word veils the thought or intended idea or purpose, and the sound makes it possible to manifest in matter of some kind, on one or other of the 7 planes. We cannot here trace the expansion of the basic words, from their enunciation by cosmic entities down to the infinitesimal differentiations produced in the speech of man, the vocal expression of the animals, and the song of birds. Each is a manifestation of consciousness in some degree, and each produces an effect. What the initiate is learning to do is to make sounds consciously, and thus produce a studied and desired result, to utter words, and be fully aware of the consequence on all planes, and to create forms and direct energy through sacred sounds, and thus further the ends of evolution. It has been necessary to digress thus before taking up the committal of words to the initiate, in order to emphasize the radical importance of the matter, and thus account for the carefully guarding of this aspect of divine work. The use of the words. We have already dealt with the significance of the words of power in a brief manner. We might now sum up certain of the inferred postulates, and then touch somewhat upon the initiation ceremony, and the words as committed to the initiate. The postulates here made are 9 in number, and if duly pondered upon by the aspirant, will reveal to him much anent the creative process and the power of speech. 1. All the words of power are rooted in the great word committed to the solar logos at the dawn of manifestation. 2. All the words of power are permutations or expansions of the 3 basic sounds, and increase in length as the planes are involved, until the sentences and speech of the finite unit, man, in their myriad differentiations are arrived at. 3. Therefore, on the path of return, speech becomes ever more brief, words are more sparingly used, and the time eventually comes when the adept employs formulas of words only as required to carry out specific purposes along two lines: a. Definite creative processes, b. Specific direction of energy. This, of course, on the planes in the three worlds. 4. The aspirant, therefore, has mainly three things to do when preparing for initiation: a. To control every activity of his threefold lower nature. This involves the application of intelligent energy to every atom of his three sheaths: physical, astral, and mental. It is literally the shining forth of the Brahma, or third aspect, of the inner God. b. To control his speech every minute of every day. This is a statement easily made, but most difficult to make practical. He who achieves it is rapidly dealing emancipation. This applies not to the reticence, the moroseness, the silence, and the voicelessness which often distinguishes natures but little evolved, and which are in reality an inarticulate condition. It refers to the controlled use of words to effect certain ends, and the retention of speech energy when not needed, a very different matter. It involves a realization of cycles, of times and of seasons. It supposes a knowledge of the power of sound, and of the effects produced through the spoken word. It involves an apprehension of the building forces of nature, and their due manipulation, and is based on an ability to wield mental matter, and to set it in motion, in order to produce results in physical matter, consonant with the clearly defined purpose of the inner God. It is the shining forth of the second aspect of the self, the Vishnu, or form-building aspect, which is the prime characteristic of the ego on its own plane. It would be well to ponder on this, to meditate, and thus arrive at the purpose of the ego. By thus meditating, the first aspect comes steadily into greater prominence, and the conscious will of the inner God can make itself felt on the physical plane. The three activities of the aspirant must parallel each other, and it will be noted that the second is the outcome of the first, and will manifest as energy on the physical plane. Only when the aspirant has made real progress in these three lines of endeavor will the first of the great words be committed to him. 5. Every great word includes within itself its differentiations, its expansions and permutations, and by its utterance the initiate sets in motion the lesser, through the vibration of the greater. Hence the terrific responsibility, and the magnitude of the results achieved. Each word is committed to the initiate orally and visually. It is spoken to him first in the form of 7 syllables, each of which he has to memorize as a separate word. Then he is shown how to blend these 7 so as to make a threefold sound and thus produce more united and far-reaching results. Finally, the 3 are blended into one word which is committed to him. The 7 words which form the great word at any initiation are communicated to the initiate by the initiates of equal rank with his own. This group divides itself into 7 groups, according to sub-ray or ray formation, and each group then chants one word in rapid rotation. Simultaneously, the colors and symbols of the various sounds pass in front of him, so that he hears and sees that which is committed to him. The more advanced group around the throne of office, the 3 departmental heads at the first 2 initiations, and the Pratyeka Buddhas at the final ones, chant then for him the triple word which blends the 7, and again he sees it before his inner eye. Finally the initiator sounds it forth, and the initiate becomes aware within himself, in practical experience, of the one great sound, and knows in one particular center what its vibration is. As is well known, every center is connected with some plane, scheme, ray, and other septenary divisions, and thus the significance of its inner reaction will be apparent. The masters and initiates, in their work of aiding the evolution of the 3 worlds, concern themselves principally with the 7 syllables of the word of their degree or initiated grade. The 3 words which blend the 7 are seldom used except under the direct sanction of one of the departmental heads. According to the syllable involved, each word is directly connected with the triple Aum, and therefore with the Brahma, Vishnu, or Shiva aspect, of which the 3 heads are the planetary representatives. When any initiate desires to use, for evolutionary purposes, the entire word as a unit, the sanction of the assembled lodge has to be gained, for such a word affects, as you know, the matter of an entire plane within a planetary scheme, and consequently the matter of those planes which are subsidiary to the one involved. For instance, an initiate of the third degree, in sounding the word of his degree, affects the matter of the lower mental subplanes, and subsequently the matter of the astral and physical planes. An initiate of the second degree similarly affects the astral plane, and subsequently the physical. Far-reaching results are thus achieved, and the work of many is thus affected. 7. Every word, differentiated or synthesized, affects the Deva kingdoms, and hence the form-building aspects of manifestation. No sound is ever made without producing a corresponding response in Deva substance, and driving multitudes of tiny lives to take specific forms. These forms persist and carry out their functions just as long as the sound which caused them is prolonged, and the specific will energy of the one who initiated the sound is directed towards the living form. This is equally true of a solar logos enunciating the AUM, and thus producing the solar system, of a planetary logos sounding his planetary word, and producing a planetary scheme, of an adept producing results for the helping of humanity on the physical plane, and of an ordinary human being, who, in much differentiated diversified speech, expresses an inner purpose or state of mind, and thus builds a form or vehicle in Deva substance. The majority of human beings as yet build unconsciously, and the form constructed is either of a beneficent or maleficent agency, according to the underlying motive or purpose of the man, and will carry out his will as long as its term of being persists. 8. Every word sounded is distinguished by
a specific color, b. a particular tone, c. a special form, d. a degree of energy or activity,
e. the nature of the ensuing life, self-conscious, conscious, or unconscious, God, man, or Deva. The student, again, will find this equally true of a solar system, of a planetary scheme, of a human being, of a thought form ensouled by an elemental life, and of the atom of the physicist or chemist. In the knowledge of these facts, and in their conscious realization, may be known the true occultist. The solar logos sounded forth a word, the form of our solar system came into being, its color being blue, and its note a particular cosmic musical tone. Its degree of activity is of a specific mathematical notation beyond the grasp of the human mind at this stage of development, and the nature of its great ensuing life, that of the triple logos, is active, intelligent love. 9. The great word of our solar system keys in, if it might be so expressed, with other words, and is but one word of the sevenfold word, known to that great existence who stands in the same relation to the solar logos, as the latter does to the planetary logos. The sacred words of 7 solar systems, of which ours is but one, make up this septenary sound, which vibrates at this time in the cosmic spheres. In these 9 statements are very cursorily summed up the major truths anent the creative processes in the solar system. In them lies hidden the secret of the true magic, and in their comprehension will come to the man who has spiritual intuition, purity of light and motive, altruistic intention, and a stern self-control and courage, to the power to further the purposes of the ego, who is a conscious collaborator in the work of evolution, and a sharer in part of the plans of the planetary logos of our scheme. They are given in this brief form both to protect the concealed truths and yet to reveal them to those who are ready. These 7 words of the solar system, which form the logoic word which we only know in its triple form as AUM, are revealed at the 7 initiations. At the first initiation is given the word for the physical plane. At the second initiation is given the word for the astral plane. At the third initiation is given the word for the lower mental plane. At this initiation, in which, as earlier said, the Hierophant is the Lord of the world, not only is the word given for the lower mental plane, but a word which synthesizes the 3 words for the 3 worlds is also committed. It is given to the initiate as a topic for meditation, until he takes the 4th initiation, but he is forbidden to use it until the final liberation, as it gives entire control on the 3 lower planes. At the fourth initiation, the word for the higher mental plane is imparted. At the fifth initiation, the word for the Buddhic plane is given. At the sixth initiation, the word for the Atmic plane. At the seventh initiation, the word for the monadic plane is given. At the sixth initiation, the word which synthesizes the fourth, fifth, and sixth words is given by the Hierophant, and thus the initiate wields complete control, through the power of sound, over the substance of the 5 planes of human evolution. At the seventh initiation, the triple Aum, in its true character, is revealed to the illuminated Buddha, and he can then manipulate energy in the 6 worlds or planes. 2 more initiations can be taken, but little is ever said about them on our earth scheme, for the reason that our scheme is not a sacred scheme, and few, if any, of our humanity achieve the 8th and 9th initiation. To do so, they must first pass to another scheme for a lengthy period of service and instruction. All that can be hinted at is that at the 8th initiation the duality of the triple Aum is brought out, and at the 9th the one sound of the Absolute stands revealed, and its significance is heard and seen. This brings into the consciousness of the initiate somewhat of the energy and power of the one about whom naught may be said, or the logos of our solar logos. The unit of consciousness is then perfect, as the logos is perfect, and passes on to work paralleling that of the solar logos, building solar systems and himself becoming a solar logos. Such is the great program and the opportunity reaching out before the sons of man, and before every atom everywhere. Chapter 16. The imparting of the secrets. We now come to the consideration of the secrets committed at the initiation ceremony to the initiate. It is apparent, of course, that only the fact of the secret, and an indication as to the matter with which it concerns itself can be touched upon, and even this would be left unmentioned were it not that a knowledge of the general outline of the subject may inspire the applicant for initiation to a more careful study of such a subject and to a more diligent equipping of his mental body with information. Thereby, when in due course of time he stands before the initiator, he will lose no time in utilizing the acquired secret, the sevenfold secret, after the administration of the oath which pledges the initiate to inviolable secrecy. The newly made initiate advances alone closer to the Hierophant. He then places his hand upon the lower end of the rod of initiation, which is held in the center by the Hierophant. The 3 who stand around the throne of office then place their hands upon the glowing diamond which surmounts the rod, and when these 5 personalities are thus linked by the circulating energy emanating from the rod, the initiator confides to the initiate the secret. The reason for this is as follows: each of the initiations with which we are immediately concerned, for the higher 2, not being compulsory, are outside our present consideration, affects one of the 5 centers in man: 1. The head, 2. The heart, 3. The throat, 4. The solar plexus, 5. The base of the spine, and reveals to him knowledge concerning the various types of force or energy by which the solar system is animated, and which reach him via a particular etheric center. At the application of the rod his centers were affected in a particular fashion. By the impartation of the secret, the reason is committed to his care, and that reason is demonstrated to him to be identical with that which necessarily produces some particular planetary manifestation, and which causes a certain specific greater cycle. It might be pointed out that, 1. Each secret concerns one or other of the 7 great planes of the solar system. 2. Each secret deals with, and is the enunciation of, one of the 7 laws of nature. They therefore concern one or other of the basic evolutions of each planetary scheme. Each scheme embodies one of the laws as its primary law, and all its evolutions tend to demonstrate the perfection of that law with its 6 subsidiary mutations, these 6 differing in one particular in each case according to the primary law manifested. 3. Each secret conveys a key to the nature of some particular planetary logos, and consequently gives the clue to the characteristics of those monads, who are on that particular planetary ray. It is obvious how necessary such knowledge is to the adept who seeks to work with the sons of men, and to manipulate the force currents affecting them and which they emanate. 4. Each secret concerns some one ray or color, and gives the number, note, and the vibration which corresponds. These 7 secrets are simply short formulas, not of mantric value, such as in the case of the sacred word, but of a mathematical nature, precisely worded so as to convey the exact intent of the speaker. To the uninitiated they would look and sound like algebraical formulas, except that each is composed, when seen clairvoyantly, of an oval of a specific hue, according to the secret imparted, containing 5 peculiar hieroglyphics or symbols. One symbol contains the formula of the law concerned, another gives the planetary key and tone, a third deals with vibration, whilst the fourth shows the number and department under which the ray concerned falls. The last hieroglyph gives one of the 7 hierarchical keys by means of which the members of our planetary hierarchy can link up with the solar. This is evidently very vague and ambiguous information, but it will serve to show that, as in the case of the words, apprehension had to involve 2 senses, so in the cognition of the secrets the 2 senses again come into play, and the secret is both heard, and appears symbolically to the inner eye. It will now be apparent why so much stress is laid upon the study of symbols, and why students are urged to ponder and meditate upon the cosmic and systemic signs. It prepares them for the grasp and inner retention of the symbols and formulas which embody the knowledge whereby they can eventually work. These formulas are based upon 9 symbols, which are now recognized. 1. The cross in its varying forms. 2. The lotus. 3. The triangle. 4. The cube. 5. The sphere and the point. 6. 8 animal forms: the goat, the bull, the elephant, the man, the dragon, the bear, the lion, and the dog. 7. The line. 8. Certain signs of the zodiac, hence the need for the study of astrology. 9. The cup, or the Holy Grail. All these symbols allied, interwoven, or taken in part, are combined to express one or other of the 7 secrets. The initiate has to recognize them by sight as well as to hear them, and by an effort of the will to imprint them irrevocably upon his memory. This he is aided to do in 3 ways. First, by a long prior training in observation. This can be begun here and now by all aspirants, and as they learn to imprint details accurately upon their memory, they are laying the foundation for that acute instantaneous apprehension of that which is shown them by the Hierophant. Secondly, by having cultivated within themselves the power to visualize again that which has once been seen. It will be apparent here why the emphasis has been laid by all wise teachers of meditation upon the faculty of the careful building of mental pictures. The aim has been twofold: a. to teach the student to visualize his thought forms accurately, so that when he begins to create consciously he may lose no time in inaccurate transformation; b. to enable him to picture again accurately the imparted secret, so that it may instantly be of use to him whenever needed. Finally, by the strongly applied will of the other 4 personalities who are holding the rod at the same time as the initiate. Their trained intense mental concentration greatly facilitates his apprehension. In the case of human evolution, certain types of force are generated, dealt with, assimilated, and used, at first unconsciously, and finally with full intelligence. A. In the Hall of Ignorance, the force or energy of Brahma, the activity and intelligence of substance, is that mostly dealt with, and the man has to learn the meaning of activity based on a. inherent energy, b. absorbed energy, c. group energy, d. material energy, or that which is hidden in physical plane matter. D. In the hall of learning he becomes aware of, and uses the energy of the second aspect in form building, in social relations, and in family affiliations. He comes to the recognition of sex and its relations, but as yet views this force as something to be controlled, but not consciously and constructively utilized. C. In the hall of wisdom he comes to the knowledge of the first aspect of energy, the dynamic use of will in sacrifice, and to him is then committed the key to the threefold mystery of energy. This energy in its threefold aspect he became aware of, in the other two halls. At the third initiation, and at the fourth and fifth, The 3 keys to the 3 mysteries are given to him. The key to the mystery sensed in the first hall, the mystery of Brahma, is handed to him, and he can then unlock the hidden energies of atomic substance. The key to the mystery of sex, or of the pairs of opposites, is thrust into his hand, and he can then unlock the hidden forces of the will aspect. The dynamo of the solar system is shown to him, if it might be so expressed, and the intricacies of the mechanism revealed. The 3 solar mysteries. The 3 mysteries of the solar system are: 1. The mystery of electricity. The mystery of Brahma. The secret of the 3rd aspect. It is latent in the physical sun. 2. The mystery of polarity, or of the universal sex impulse. The secret of the 2nd aspect. It is latent in the heart of the sun, or the subjective sun. 3. The mystery of fire itself, or the dynamic central systemic force. The secret of the 1st aspect. It is latent in the central spiritual sun. Their sequential revelation, the secrets, as imparted sequentially to the initiate, are roughly 3 in number, though within them may be found lesser mysteries, which are earlier revealed. At the 3rd initiation, the first of the 3 fundamental secrets of the solar system is imparted to the initiate, immediately after he has taken the oath. This we might, for lack of a better term, call the secret of electricity. It concerns the phenomena of the dense objective manifestation of the logos. It would be wise here for the student to remember that the 3 planes of the 3 worlds, physical, astral, and mental, form the dense physical body of the solar logos, whilst the 4 higher form his etheric body. Students are apt to forget that our 7 planes are the 7 subplanes of the cosmic physical. This has a very definite bearing on the secret of electricity. This is why the secret is not revealed till the 3rd initiation, and is prepared for by the impartation of 2 lesser secrets which concern the physical and astral planes, and which are imparted at the first 2 initiations by the Bodhisattva. Electrical phenomena are scientifically recognized as dual in natural, but the inherent triplicity of electricity is as yet but a matter for speculation for modern science. The fact that it is triple is demonstrated to the initiate at the first initiation, and the secret of how to balance forces on the physical plane, and thereby produce equilibrium, is revealed to him at the first initiation. This secret likewise puts him in touch with certain of the builders on the physical plane, that is, on the etheric levels, and he can then produce physical plane phenomena should he deem it wise. This he seldom does, as the results gained thereby are practically unimportant, and he wastes not energy in this manner. The workers with the involutionary forces, the brothers of darkness, employ this method for the startling and the enthralling of the unwary. Not thus work the brothers of humanity. The secret of the coherence of the atom is revealed to the initiate, and he then is in a position to study the microcosm under the law of correspondences in a new and illuminating manner. Similarly, through this revelation concerning the densest part of the logoic body, he can ascertain much concerning the previous solar system, and the facts anent the first round of our scheme. This secret is also called the mystery of matter. At the 2nd initiation, the secret of the sea is unfolded to him, and through this revelation 2 subjects of profound interest become clarified to his inner vision. They are: a. the mystery of the astral light, b. the law of karma. He is, after this, in a position to do 2 things, without which he cannot work off that which hinders, and thus achieve liberation. He can read the Akashic records and ascertain the past, thereby enabling himself to work intelligently in the present, and he can begin to balance his karma, to work off his obligations, and to understand how karma in the 3 worlds can be negated. The relation of that hierarchy of spiritual beings who are connected with the law of karma as it affects man, is demonstrated to him, and he knows with first-hand knowledge that the lords of karma are no myth, or symbolical units, but are highly intelligent entities who wield the law for the benefit of humanity, and thus enable men to become fully self-conscious and self-reliant in the occult sense, and to become creators through perfected knowledge. At the 3rd initiation, the secret of Fohat is given to him, and then the mystery of the threefold body of the triple logos is his, and the why of the phenomena of the dense liquid and gaseous bodies of the Supreme Being is unfolded before his amazed vision. The two secrets previously imparted, and the knowledge which they gave having been utilized, the initiate is now in a position to profit by his greater revelation, and to understand somewhat the following facts. 1. The creative process of thought form building. 2. The transmission of energy from the ego to the physical body via the force centers on the various planes. 3. The uprising of Kundalini, its geometrical progression, and its vivification of all the centers, by the knowledge thus imparted, and the progress which the initiate has made in the study of the law of analogy, he can comprehend the manipulation of the same forces on a vastly larger scale in the planetary scheme, and in the solar system. The method of development in the 3 earlier rounds is revealed to him, and he understands, practically as well as theoretically, the evolutionary process in its earlier stages. The key to the 3 lower kingdoms of nature is in his hands, and certain ideas anent the subject of polarity, of at-one-ment, and essential union, are beginning to come within his range of consciousness, only waiting for the 4th initiation to complete the revelation. This secret of electricity, which is essentially triple in its nature, deals with the Brahma or 3rd aspect, and is called sometimes by the following names. 1. The secret of Brahma. 2. The revelation of the Mother. 3. The secret of Fahatic force. 4. The mystery of the Creator. 5. The secret of the 3 who issued from the first solar system, and also by 4 mystic phrases conveying much light to the intuition. 6. The boat of mystery which plows the ocean. 7. The key to the divine storehouse. 8. The light that guides through the triple caves of darkness. 9. The clue to the energy uniting fire and water. In all these names much information will come to the student who carefully ponders them, remembering that they deal with the Brahma aspect in its lowest manifestation, and with the 3 worlds of human endeavor, and thus meditating, the student must relate this present solar system to the preceding one, in which the Brahma aspect dominated, as the Vishnu, or consciousness aspect, dominates in this. The initiate, through the knowledge imparted, is now in a position to understand his own triple lower nature, and therefore to balance it in relation to the higher, to read the records and understand his place within the group, to manipulate the forces in the 3 worlds and thereby effect liberation for himself, thus helping the ends of evolution, and to cooperate intelligently with the plans of the planetary logos, as they may be revealed to him stage by stage. He can now wield power, and becomes a center of energy in a greatly increased degree, being able to dispense or retract force currents. The moment a man becomes consciously powerful on the mental plane, his power for good is 100-fold increased. At the 4th initiation another of the great secrets is revealed to him. It is called the mystery of polarity, and the clue to the significance of sex in every department of nature on all the planes is given to him. It is not possible to say much along these lines. All that can be done is to enumerate some of the subjects to which it gives the clue, adding to this the information that in our planetary scheme, owing to the point in evolution of our own planetary logos, this secret is the most vital. Our planetary logos is at the stage wherein he is consciously seeking the at-one-ment with his polar opposite, another planetary logos. The subjects on which this secret throws a flood of light are a. Sex on the physical plane. It gives us a key to the mystery of the separation of the sexes in Lemurian days. B. The balancing of forces in all departments of nature. C. The clue as to which scheme forms with ours a duality. D. The true name of our planetary logos, and his relation to the solar logos. E. The marriage of the Lamb and the problem of the heavenly bride. A clue to this lies in the solar system, of which must be read astrologically. F. The mystery of the Gemini, and the connection of our particular planetary logos with that constellation. On a lesser scale, and in relation to the microcosm, the following subjects are illuminated when the initiate receives the 2nd great secret, or the 4th, which includes the earlier lesser ones. G. The processes of at-one-ment in the different kingdoms of nature. The bridging between the kingdoms is shown him. and he sees the unity of the scheme. H. The method of egoic at one ment is seen clearly revealed, and the antakarana is shown in its real nature, and having been thus revealed, is dispensed with. I. The essential unity existing between the ego and the personality is seen. J. The relation of the two evolutions, human and deva, is no longer a mystery, but their position in the body of the heavenly man is seen to be a fact. One could go on emphasizing the multiplicity of matters which the mystery of polarity, when revealed, makes clear to the initiate, but the above suffices. This secret concerns primarily the Vishnu, or second aspect. It sums up in one short phrase the totality of knowledge gained in the Hall of Wisdom, as the earlier secrets summed up the totality achieved in the Hall of Learning. It deals with consciousness and its development by and through the matter aspect. It concerns literally the unification of the self and the not-self till they are verily and indeed one. At the fifth initiation, the great secret which concerns the fire or spirit aspect is revealed to the wondering and amazed master, and he realizes in a sense incomprehensible to man the fact that all is fire and fire is all. This secret may be said to reveal to the initiate that which makes clear to him, a. the secret name of the planetary logos, thus revealing one syllable of the name of the solar logos, b. the work and method of the destroyer aspect of divinity, c. the processes whereby obscuration and pralaya are induced, d. the mathematical formula which sums up all the cycles of manifestation, e. the triple nature of fire, and the effect of the great fire upon the lesser, as this Shiva, or first, aspect is the one which will arrive at perfection, or, rather, come within the reach of comprehension within the next solar system, it profits not to continue considering this secret. The following tabulation may make the whole matter clearer to the mind of the student. As the student will observe, the source of the particular energy concerned is one aspect of the sun. At the sixth and seventh initiations, two more secrets are revealed. 1. A lesser secret, preparing the way for the revelation of the fourth. Only 4 secrets of a major order are revealed to initiates on this planet, and herein lies the clue to our position in the scheme of solar evolution. There are only 5 secrets altogether, of a major kind, revealed in this solar system, owing to the fact that this is a system wherein preeminently the fifth principle of mind forms the basis of unfoldment. This fifth revelation is only imparted to those who pass to the schemes of synthesis. Chapter 17. The 2 revelations. We can now consider the stages of the initiation ceremony, which are 5 in number, as follows. 1. The presence revealed. 2. The vision seen. 3. The application of the rod, affecting a. the bodies, b. the centers, c. the causal vehicle, 4. The administration of the oath, 5. The giving of the secret and the word. These points are given in due order, and it must be remembered that this order is not idly arranged, but carries the initiate on from revelation to revelation until the culminating stage wherein is committed to him one of the secrets, and one of the 5 words of power which open to him the various planes, with all their evolutions. All that is aimed at here is to indicate the 5 main divisions into which the initiation ceremony naturally divides itself, and the student must bear in mind that each of these 5 stages is in itself a complete ceremony, and capable of detailed division. Let us now take up the various points, dwelling briefly upon each, and remembering that words but limit and confine the true meaning. The revelation of the presence, right through the later periods of the cycle of incarnation wherein the man is juggling with the pairs of opposing, mid through discrimination is becoming aware of reality and unreality. There is growing up in his mind a realization that he himself is an immortal existence, an eternal God, and a portion of infinity. Ever the link between the man on the physical plane and this inner ruler becomes clearer until the great revelation is made. Then comes a moment in his existence when the man stands consciously face to face with his real self and knows himself to be that self in reality, and not just theoretically. He becomes aware of the God within, not through the sense of hearing, or through attention to the inner voice directing and controlling, and called the voice of conscience. This time the recognition is through sight and direct vision. He now responds not only to that which is heard, but also to that which he sees. It is known that the first senses developed in a child are hearing, touch, and sight. The infant becomes aware of sound and turns his head. He feels and touches. Finally, he consciously sees, and in these three senses the personality is coordinated. These are the three vital senses. Taste and smell follow later, but life can be lived without them, and should they be absent, the man remains practically unhandicapped in his contacts on the physical plane. On the path of inner, or subjective development, the sequence is the same. Hearing, response to the voice of conscience, as it guides, directs, and controls. This covers the period of strictly normal evolution. Touch, response to control or vibration, and the recognition of that which lies outside of the separated human unit on the physical plane. This covers the period of gradual spiritual unfoldment, the path of probation and of discipleship right up to the door of initiation. The man touches at intervals that which is higher than himself. He becomes aware of the touch of the master, of the egoic vibration and of group vibration, and through this occult sense of touch he accustoms himself to that which is inner and subtle. He reaches out after that which concerns the higher self, and through touching unseen things, habituates himself to them. Finally, sight, that inner vision which is produced through the initiation process, yet which is withal but the recognition of faculty, always present yet unknown. Just as an infant has eyes which are perfectly good and clear from birth, yet there comes a day wherein the conscious recognition of that which is seen is first to be noted, so with the human unit undergoing spiritual unfoldment. The medium of the inner sight has ever existed, and that which can be seen is always present, but the recognition of the majority as yet exists not. This recognition by the initiate is the first great step in the initiation ceremony, and until it has transpired, all the other stages must wait. That which is recognized differs at the different initiations, and might be roughly summarized as follows. The ego, the reflection of the monad, is in itself a triplicity, as is all else in nature, and reflects the three aspects of divinity, just as the monad reflects on a higher plane the three aspects, will, love, wisdom, and active intelligence, of the deity. Therefore, at the first initiation the initiate becomes aware of the third, or lowest, aspect of the ego, that of active intelligence. He is brought face to face with that manifestation of the great solar angel, Petrus, who is himself, the real self. He knows now past all disturbance that that manifestation of intelligence is that eternal entity who has for ages past been demonstrating his powers on the physical plane through his successive incarnations. At the second initiation this great presence is seen as a duality, and another aspect shines forth before him. He becomes aware that this radiant life, who is identified with himself, is not only intelligence in action, but also is love-wisdom in origin. He merges his consciousness with this life, and becomes one with it so that on the physical plane, through the medium of that personal self, that life is seen as intelligent love expressing itself. At the third initiation the ego stands before the initiate as a perfected triplicity. Not only is the self known to be intelligent, active love, but it is revealed also as a fundamental will or purpose, with which the man immediately identifies himself, and knows that the three worlds hold for him in the future naught, but only serve as a sphere for active service, wrought out in love towards the accomplishment of a purpose, which has been hid during the ages in the heart of the self. That purpose, being now revealed, can be intelligently cooperated with, and thus matured. These profound revelations shine forth before the initiate in a triple manner, as a radiant angelic existence. This is seen by the inner eye with the same accuracy of vision and judgment, as when a man stands face to face with another member of the human family. The great solar angel, who embodies the real man, and is his expression on the plane of higher mind, is literally his divine ancestor, the Watcher who, through long cycles of incarnation, has poured himself out in sacrifice in order that man might be, as a sphere of radiant fire, linked with the initiate standing before it by that magnetic thread of fire which passes through all his bodies, and terminates within the center of the physical brain. This silver thread, as it is rather inaccurately called in the Bible, where the description of its loosing of the physical body and subsequent withdrawal is found, emanates from the heart center of the solar angel, linking thus heart and brain, that great duality manifesting in this solar system, love and intelligence. This fiery sphere is linked likewise with many others belonging to the same group and ray, and thus it is a literal fact in demonstration that on the higher planes we are all one. One life pulsates and circulates through all, via the fiery strands. This is part of the revelation which comes to a man who stands in the presence with his eyes occultly opened, as a many-tinted lotus of 9 petals. These petals are arranged in 3 circles around a central set of 3 closely folded petals, which shield what is called in the Eastern books the jewel in the lotus. This lotus is a thing of rare beauty, pulsating with life and radiant with all the colors of the rainbow, and at the first 3 initiations the 3 circles are revealed in order, until at the 4th initiation the initiate stands before a still greater revelation, and learns the secret of that which lies within the central bud. In this connection the 3rd initiation differs somewhat from the other 2, inasmuch as through the power of a still more exalted hierophant than the Bodhisattva, the electrical fire of pure spirit, latent in the heart of the lotus, is first contacted. In all these words, solar angel, sphere of fire, and lotus, lies hid some aspect of the central mystery of human life, but it will only be apparent to those who have eyes to see. The mystic significance of these pictorial phrases will prove only a snare or a basis for incredulity to the man who seeks to materialize them unduly. The thought of an immortal existence, of a divine entity, of a great center of fiery energy, and of the full flower of evolution, lies hidden in these terms, and they must be thus considered.
At the 4th initiation, the initiate is brought into the presence of that aspect of himself which is called his Father in heaven. He is brought face to face with his own monad, that pure spiritual essence on the highest plane but one, which is to his ego or higher self what that ego is to the personality or lower self. This monad has expressed itself on the mental plane through the ego in a triple fashion, but now all aspects of the mind, as we understand it, are lacking. The solar angel hitherto contacted has withdrawn himself, and the form through which he functioned, the egoic or causal body, has gone, and naught is left but love, wisdom and the dynamic will which is the prime characteristic of spirit. The lower self has served the purposes of the ego, and has been discarded. The ego likewise has served the purposes of the monad, and is no longer required, and the initiate stands free of both, fully liberated and able to contact the monad, as earlier he learned to contact the ego. For the remainder of his appearances in the 3 worlds he is governed only by will and purpose, self-initiated, and creates his body of manifestation, and thus controls, within karmic limits, his own times and seasons. The karma here referred to is planetary karma, and not personal. At this 4th initiation he contacts the love aspect of the monad, and at the 5th the will aspect, and thus completes his contacts, responds to all necessary vibrations, and is master on the 5 planes of human evolution. Further, it is at the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th initiations that he becomes aware also of that presence which enfolds even that spiritual entity, his own monad. He sees his monad as one with the planetary logos. Through the channel of his own monad he sees the selfsame aspects, which that monad embodies, on a wider scale, and the planetary logos, who ensouls all the monads on his ray, is thus revealed. This truth is well nigh impossible to express in words, and concerns the relation of the electrical point of fire, which is the monad, to the 5-pointed star, which reveals the presence of the planetary logos to the initiate. This is practically incomprehensible to the average man for whom this book is written. At the 6th initiation, the initiate, functioning consciously as the love aspect of the monad, is brought, via his father, into a still vaster recognition, and becomes aware of that star which encloses his planetary star, just as that star has earlier been seen as enclosing his own tiny spark. He thus makes his conscious contact with the solar logos, and realizes within himself the oneness of all life and manifestation. This recognition is extended at the 7th initiation, so that 2 aspects of the one life become realities to the emancipated Buddha. Thus by a graded series of steps is the initiate brought face to face with truth and existence. It will be apparent to thoughtful students why this revealing of the presence has to precede all other revelations. It produces within the mind of the initiate the following basic realizations: his faith for ages is justified, and hope and belief merge themselves in self-ascertained fact. Faith is lost in sight, and things unseen are seen and known. No more can he doubt, but he has become instead, through his own effort, a knower. His oneness with his brothers is proven, and he realizes the indissoluble link which binds him to his fellow men everywhere. Brotherhood is no longer a theory but a proven scientific fact, no more to be disputed than the separateness of men on the physical plane is to be disputed. The immortality of the soul and the reality of the unseen worlds is for him proven and ascertained. Whereas, before initiation, this belief was based on brief and fleeting vision and strong inner convictions, the result of logical reasoning and of a gradually developing intuition. Now it is based on sight and on a recognition past all disproving, of his own immortal nature. He realizes the meaning and source of energy, and can begin to wield power with scientific accuracy and direction. He knows now whence he draws it, and has had a glimpse of the resources of energy which are available. Before, he knew that energy existed, and used it blindly and sometimes unwisely. Now he sees it under the direction of the open mind, and can cooperate intelligently with the forces of nature. Thus, in many ways, does the revelation of the presence produce definite results in the initiate, and thus it is judged by the hierarchy to be the necessary preamble to all later revelations. The revelation of the vision. Having brought the initiate face to face with the one with whom for countless ages he has had to do, and having awakened in him an unshakable realization of the oneness of the fundamental life as it manifests through all lesser lives, the next momentous revelation is that of the vision. The first revelation has concerned that which is undefinable, illimitable, and, to the finite mind, infinite in its abstractness and absoluteness. The second revelation concerns time and space, and involves the recognition by the initiate, through the newly aroused sense of occult sight, of the part he has played and has to play in the plan, and later of the plan itself insofar as it concerns a. his ego, b. his egoic group, c. his ray group, d. his planetary logos. In this fourfold apprehension you have portrayed the gradual realization that is his during the process of the four initiations preceding final liberation. At the first initiation he becomes aware definitely of the part, relatively inconspicuous, that he has to play in his personal life during the period ensuing between the moment of revelation and the taking of the second initiation. This may involve one more life or several. He knows the trend they should take, he realizes somewhat his share in the service of the race, he sees the plan as a whole where he himself is concerned, a tiny mosaic within the general pattern. He becomes conscious of how he, with his particular type of mind, aggregate of gifts, mental and otherwise, and his varying capacities, can serve, and what must be accomplished by him before he can again stand in the presence, and receive an extended revelation. At the second initiation the part his egoic group plays in the general scheme is shown to him. He becomes more aware of the different group units with whom he is intrinsically associated, he realizes who they are in their personalities, if in incarnation, and he sees somewhat what are the karmic relations between groups, units and himself. He is given an insight into the specific group purpose, and its relation to other groups. He can now work with added assurance, and his intercourse with people on the physical plane becomes more certain. He can both aid them and himself in the adjusting of karma, and therefore bring about a more rapid approach to the final liberation. Group relations are consolidated, and the plans and purposes be furthered more intelligently. As this consolidation of group relations proceeds, it produces on the physical plane that concerted action and that wise unity and purpose which results in the materialization of the higher ideals, and the adaptation of force in the wise furthering of the ends of evolution. When this has reached a certain stage, the units forming the groups have learned to work together, and have thus stimulated each other. They can now proceed to a further expansion of knowledge, resulting in a further capacity to help. At the third initiation there is revealed to the initiate the purpose of the sub-ray of the ray to which he belongs, that upon which his ego finds itself. All egoic units are upon some sub-ray of the monadic ray. This knowledge is conferred upon the initiate so as to enable him eventually to find for himself, along the line of least resistance, the ray of his monad. This sub-ray bears upon its stream of energy many groups of egos, and the initiate is therefore made aware not only of his egoic group and its intelligent purpose, but of many other groups, similarly composed. Their united energy is working towards a clearly defined goal. Having learned somewhat group relations, and having developed the ability to work with units in group formation, The initiate now learns the secret of group subordination to the good of the aggregate of groups. This will demonstrate on the physical plane as an ability to work wisely, intelligently and harmoniously with many diverse types, and to cooperate in large plans and wield wide influence. A part of the plans of the planetary logos becomes revealed to him, and the vision includes the revelation of the plan and purpose as it concerns the planet, though as yet the vision is obscured in connection with those plans in their planetary relationship. This brings the initiate through a series of graded realizations to the portals of the fourth initiation. Through the entire loosing of the initiate from all trammels in the three worlds and the breaking of all bonds of limiting karma, the vision this time is greatly extended, and it might be said that for the first time he becomes aware of the extent of planetary purpose and karma within the scheme. His own personal unimportant karma being now adjusted, he can give his attention to the working off of planetary karma, and the far-reaching plans of that great life who includes all the lesser lives. He not only is brought to a full recognition of the purposes and plans for all the evolutions upon his own planetary scheme, the Earth, but also there swings into the radius of his apprehension that planetary scheme which is our Earth's complement or polar opposite. He realizes the interrelation existing between the two schemes and the vast dual purpose is revealed to him. It is shown to him how this dual purpose must become one united plan, and henceforth he bends all his energies towards planetary cooperation as it is furthered by work with and through the two great evolutions, human and Deva, upon our planet. This concerns the making of adjustments, and the gradual application of energy and stimulation of the various kingdoms in nature, so that through the blending of all of nature's forces the interplay of energy between the two schemes may be quickened. In this way the plans of the solar logos, as they are being worked out through two planetary logoi, may be consummated. The handling, therefore, of solar energy on a tiny scale, is now his privilege, and he is admitted not only into the council chambers of his own hierarchy, but is permitted entrance also when agents from other planetary schemes are in conference with the Lord of the World and the two great departmental heads. At the fifth initiation the vision brings to him a still more extended outlook and a third planetary scheme is seen, forming with the other two schemes one of those triangles of force which are necessitated in the working out of solar evolution. Just as all manifestation proceeds through duality and triplicity back to eventual synthesis, so these schemes, which are but centers of force in the body of a solar logos, work first as separated units living their own integral life, then as dualities, through the interplay of force through any two schemes, thus aiding, stimulating and complementing each other, and finally as a solar triangle, circulating force from point to point and center to center until the energy is merged and synthesized and the three work together in unity. When the adept of the fifth initiation can work in line with the plans of the three logoi involved, cooperating with them with ever greater ability, as time elapses, he becomes ready for the sixth initiation, which admits him to still higher conclaves. He becomes a participant in solar and not merely planetary purposes. At this sixth initiation the most marvelous vision of the entire series is his. He sees the solar system as a unit, and gets a brief revealing which opens to his amazed understanding the fundamental purpose of the solar logos. For the first time he sees the plans as a whole in all their ramifications. At the seventh initiation his vision penetrates beyond the solar ring pass not, and he sees that which he has long realized as a basic theoretical fact, that our solar logos is involved in the plans and purposes of a still greater existence, and that the solar system is but one of many centers of force through which a cosmic entity vastly greater than our own solar logos is expressing himself. In these visions one great purpose underlies them all, the revelation of essential unity and the unveiling of those inner relationships, which, when known, will tend ever more fully to swing the initiate into the line of self-abnegating service, and which will make of him one who works towards synthesis, towards harmony, and towards a basic unity. During the initiation ceremony, the opening of the eyes of the initiate to see and realize, divides itself into three parts, which are nevertheless parts of one process. 1. The past sweeps before him, and he sees himself playing many parts, all of which are realized to be but a gradual bringing of his forces and capacities to the point where he can be of service to and with his group. He sees and identifies himself, according to the particular initiation, with A. himself in many earlier lives, B. his group in earlier groups of lives, C. his egoic ray as it pours down through many cycles of time, D. his planetary logos as he functions in the past through many evolutions and kingdoms in the entire scheme, and so on until he has identified himself with the past of the one life flowing through all planetary schemes and evolutions in the solar system. This produces in him the resolve to work off karma, and the knowledge, from the seeing of past causes, of how it must be accomplished. 2. The present. It is revealed to him what is the specific work to be done during the lesser cycle in which he is immediately involved. This means that he sees not only that which concerns him in any one life, but he knows what is to be the immediate bit of the plan, involving maybe several of his tiny cycles called lives, which the planetary logos seeks to see consummated. He then may be said to know his work past all gainsaying, and can apply himself to his task with a clear knowledge as to the why, the how, and the when. 3. The future. Then, for his encouragement, there is granted to him a picture of a final consummation of a glory past all description, with a few outstanding points indicative of the major steps thereto. He sees for one brief second the glory as it shall be, and that path of radiant beauty which shineth ever more and more unto the perfect day. In the earlier stages he sees the glory of his perfected egoic group, later the radiance which pours forth from the ray which carries on its bosom the perfected sons of men of one particular color and type. Later again he gets a glimpse of the perfection of that great being who is his own planetary logos, until finally the perfection of all beauty and the radiance which includes all other rays of light is revealed, the sun shining in his strength, the solar logos at the moment of consummated purpose.
Chapter 18 The Seven Paths. As might be expected, very little has appeared in our literature as to the seven paths which stretched before the man who has reached the fifth initiation. It is obviously impossible, and also unnecessary, to convey to our mind any impression as to the significance of these paths, or as to the attributes needed for their treading. As time progresses and the race reaches a higher point of development, we shall be able to comprehend more, but under the law of economy it would be fruitless effort for the teachers of the race to instruct us on the characteristics needed for the treading of the seven paths, before we have as yet apprehended or developed those required for traversing the probationary path, not to mention the path of initiation. One general fact we do know, and that is, that before these paths can be trodden, a man must be a master of the wisdom, he must be a brother of compassion, and he must be able, through intelligence and love, to wield the law. Our part at this time is to fit ourselves for the treading of the path of initiation, by the discipline of the probationary path, by the careful direction of the life, by obedience to the law as understood, and by service to the race. When we have attained liberation, then these paths will stretch before us, and the one that we should tread will become apparent to us. All in this system works under the great law of attraction, and therefore, according to our vibration, according to our color and tone, will depend, in all probability, our choice. The greater free will of the cosmic system is under limitation, just as is the free will of the system of which we are a part, and the free will of man himself. Upon innate quality will depend the direction of our further progress. These seven paths might be enumerated as follows, and certain deductions, based on the law of correspondence, might be given out, provided always that we remember that words serve more to blind than to elucidate, and that the briefest details only are possible. 1. The path of earth service. This is the path that keeps a man linked to the hierarchy, that is pledged to the service of our planet, and to the help of its evolutions. It comprises those who work under the Lord of the world in the seven groups into which our masters of the wisdom are divided. Not so many masters follow this path as some of the others, and only enough are permitted to do so to carry on planetary evolution satisfactorily. More is known about this path than about the others, and more will be found out as members of our humanity fit themselves to contact the brotherhood. Their field of employ, their methods of work, will eventually become exoteric knowledge, and as the seven groups are recognized and known, schools of development for the filling of posts in these groups will be the logical sequence. 2. The path of magnetic work. Those who do the work of wielding forces, or electrical magnetism for the use of the great ones on all the planes, pass to this path. They wield the elemental formative energy, manipulating mela of every density and vibration. Great waves of ideas and singing currents of public opinion on astral levels, as well as on the higher levels where the great ones work, are manipulated by them. A large number of fifth-ray people, those who have the ray of concrete knowledge for their monadic ray, pass to this line of endeavor. The inherent quality in the type of the monad settles usually the line of activity. The karma of the fifth ray is one of the factors which produces this. These monads work with Thohot, and must, to the end of the greater Manvantara. They have their eventual position on the cosmic mental plane, but as yet the capacity for abstract thought is so little developed that it is impossible for us to comprehend the significance of this expression. 3. The path of training for planetary logoi. This path is trodden by those who will take up the work of the 7 planetary logoi of the next system, and of the 49 subplanetary logoi, their assistants, and of certain other entities working in that particular department. There will be 7 systems, though we are only concerned with the 3 major systems, of which our present system is the second major system. Each Chohan of a ray takes a certain number of initiates of the 6th initiation and trains them specially for this work. Special aptitude in color and sound predisposes the choice, and the ability to work with psyche, or the spirits in evolution marks a man out for this high post. We might say that the planetary logoi are the divine psychologists, and therefore in the training for this post psychology is the basic subject, though it is a psychology inconceivable as yet to us. Every planetary logos has, in his own special planet, schools for the development of subordinate logoi, and there trains them for this high office, giving them opportunity for wide experience. Even the logoi themselves progress onward, and their places must be taken. 4. The path to Sirius. Very little may be communicated about this path, and the curiously close relation between it and the Pleiades can only be mentioned, further speculation being impossible. The bulk of liberated humanity goes this way, and the prospect holds out glorious possibilities. The 7 stars of the Pleiades are the goal for the 7 types, and this is hinted at in the Book of Job, in the words, "Canst thou bind the sweet influence of the Pleiades?" In the mystery of this influence, and in the secret of the sun Sirius, are hidden the facts of our cosmic evolution, and incidentally, therefore, of our solar system. 5. The ray path. It is difficult to know by what other name to call this path, as so little is known about it. In treading it, a man stays on his own ray, and works thereon in the various kingdoms on all the planes, carrying out the behests of the Lord of the world, and working under his direction. It carries a man to every part of the solar system, yet links him definitely with the synthetic ray. It is a very complex path, for it necessitates a capacity for the most intricate mathematics, and an ability to geometrize in a manner incomprehensible to our 3-dimensional brains. This path is taken by the man to whom the law of vibration is of profound importance. He works first in the council chamber of the Lord of the world at Shambhala, manipulating the law of vibration on his own ray. Later he will have his habitat on the planet corresponding to his own ray, and not on the earth unless he is on the ray of the planetary logos holding sway upon the earth. Later again, as his evolution progresses, he will pass to the sun, then having mastered all connected with vibration in this system, he will pass to the cosmic system, going off his own ray, which is but a subsidiary ray of one cosmic ray, onto the corresponding cosmic ray. Just as the evolution of man in this system is 5-fold, so in the above we have enumerated the principal 5 paths from which a master has to choose. The remaining 2 can only be touched upon still more briefly, for they hold but a very few of the evolving sons of men, owing to the high point of attainment necessitated for their entrance, and the fact that those who enter upon them pass out of the system altogether. They do not lead to Sirius, as do some of the other paths. It will be noted that 4 groups remain in the system, passing eventually, in dim and distant eons, to the cosmic planes. 1 group passes directly to Sirius, and the remaining 2 groups pass directly after initiation to the cosmic planes, with no period of intermediate work on Earth, in the system, or on Sirius. These 2 paths are 6. The path the Logos himself is on. It will have become apparent to all occult students who have studied with care the world processes in the light of the law of correspondences, that the Logos on the cosmic planes is evolving inner cosmic vision, just as man in his lesser degree is aiming at the same vision in the system. This might be called the development of the cosmic third eye. In the physical plane structure of the eye lies hid the secret, and in its study may come some revelation of the mystery. A certain part of the eye is the nucleus of sight, and the apparatus of vision itself. The remainder of the eye acts as a protecting shell, and both parts are required, and neither can exist without the other. So in this greater case, only the analogy exists on such high levels that words only blur and dim the truth. Certain of the sons of men, a nucleus who reached a very high initiation in the previous solar system, formed an esoteric group around the Logos when he decided upon further progress. In consequence he formed this system, cosmic desire for incarnation driving him on. This esoteric group remains with the Logos on the atomic, or first plane of the system, on the subjective inner side, and it corresponds, in an occult sense, to the pupil of the eye. The real home of these great entities is upon the cosmic fudic plane. Gradually, by dint of hard effort, certain masters have qualified themselves, or are qualifying themselves, to take the place of the original members of the group, permitting of their return to a cosmic center around which our system, and the greater system of Sirius revolve. Only one adept here, and there has the necessary qualifications, for it involves the development of a certain type of response to cosmic vibration. It means a specializing in the inner sight, and the development of a certain measure of cosmic vision. More of the Deva evolution pass to this path than do the human. Human beings pass to it via the Deva evolution, which can be entered by transference to the fifth path, the ray path. On this latter path, the two evolutions can merge, and from the fifth path the sixth can be entered. 7. The path of absolute sonship. This sonship is a correspondence on the highest plane to that grade of discipleship which we call Son of the Master. It is the sonship to a being higher than our Logos, of whom we may not speak. It is the great controlling path of karma. The Lipika lords are on this path, and all who are fitted for that line of work, and who are close to the Logos in a personal intimate sense, pass to the path of absolute sonship. It is the path of the special intimates of the Logos, and into their hands he has put the working out of karma in the solar system. They know his wishes, his will and his aim, and to them he entrusts the carrying out of his behests. This group, associated with the Logos, form a special group linked to a still higher Logos. Chapter 19. Rules for applicants. There are certain aphorisms and injunctions which the applicant for initiation needs to study and obey. There is a great distinction between the terms aspirant to the path and applicant for initiation. He who aspires and strives towards discipleship is in no way pledged to the same specific attitude and discipline as is the applicant for initiation, and he can, if he so choose, take as long as he desires in the treading of the probationary path. The man who seeks initiation is in a different position, and having once made application has to bring his life under a definite rule, and a strict regime which is only optional to the disciple. The rules given here are 14 in number, and are gathered from a series of instructions compiled for those who seek to take the first initiation. Rules for applicants. Rule 1. Let the disciple search within the heart's deep cave. If there the fire burns bright, warming his brother yet heating not himself, the hour has come for making application to stand before the door. When love for all beings, irrespective of who they may be, is beginning to be a realized fact in the heart of a disciple, and yet nevertheless love for himself exists not, then comes the indication that he is nearing the portal of initiation, and may make the necessary preliminary pledges. These are necessitated before his master hands in his name as a candidate for initiation. If he cares not for the suffering and pain of the lower self, if it is immaterial to him whether happiness comes his way or not, if the sole purpose of his life is to serve and save the world, and if his brother's need is for him of greater moment than his own, then is the fire of love irradiating his being, and the world can warm itself at his feet. This love has to be a practical, tested manifestation, and not just a theory, nor simply an impractical ideal, and a pleasing sentiment. It is something that has grown in the trials and tests of life, so that the primary impulse of the life is towards self-sacrifice, and the immolation of the lower nature. Rule 2. When application has been made in triple form, then let the disciple withdraw that application, and forget it has been made. Herein lies one of the initial tests. The disciple's attitude of mind must be that he cares not whether he takes initiation or not. Selfish motive must not enter in. Only those applications which reach the master through the energy engendered through pure altruistic motive are transmitted by him to the recording angel of the hierarchy. Only those disciples who seek initiation, because of the added power to help and bless that it confers, will find a response to their plea. Those careless of initiation receive not the occult accolade, and those anxious, through selfishness or curiosity, to participate in the mysteries, enter not the door, but remain knocking outside. Those who are keen to serve, those who are weighed down with a sense of world need, and the personal responsibility thereby awakened, and who have fulfilled the law, knock and meet with response, and make application which meets with recognition. They are the ones who send forth a cry for added power to aid, which penetrates to the ear of those who silently wait. Rule 3. Triple the call must be, and long it takes to sound it forth. Let the disciple sound the cry across the desert, over the sea, and through the fires which separate him from the veiled and hidden door. Under this symbology comes to the disciple the injunction to make the desert of the physical plane life to blossom like the rose, so that from the garden of the lower life may arise those sounds and scents, and a vibration strong enough to cross the intervening space between it and the portal, to still the restless waters of the emotional life, so that in their limpid, still expanse, that portal may be reflected, and the lower life mirror forth the spiritual life of the indwelling divinity, to pass through the fiery furnace those motives, words, and thoughts which are the mainspring of activity, and have their origin upon the mental plane. When these three aspects of the manifesting ego, the God within, are brought under control, coordinated, and utilized, then, even unconsciously to himself, will the voice of the disciple be heard, demanding the opening of the door. When the lower life upon the physical plane is fertilized, the emotional stabilized, and the menial transmuted, then naught can prevent the latch upon that door being lifted, and the disciple passing through. Only synchronous vibration to that which lies the other side of the door produces its opening, and when the key of the disciple's life is attuning itself to that of the hierarchical life, then, one by one, the doors will open, and nothing can keep them closed. Rule 4. Let the disciple tend the evolution of the fire, nourish the lesser lives, and thus keep the wheel revolving. Here comes an injunction to the disciple to remember his responsibility to those many lesser lives which, in their sum total, compose his triple body of manifestation. Thus is evolution possible, and thus each life, in the different kingdoms of nature, consciously or unconsciously, fulfills its function of rightly energizing that which is to it as is the planet to the sun. Thus will the unfolding of the plan logoic proceed with greater accuracy. The kingdom of God is within, and the duty of that inner hidden ruler is twofold. First, to the lives which form the bodies, physical, astral, and mental, and then to the macrocosm, the world of which the microcosm is but an infinitesimal part. Rule 5. Let the applicant see to it that the solar angel dims the light of the lunar angels, remaining the sole luminary in the microcosmic sky. To fulfill this injunction, all applicants need to do two things. First, to study their origin, to realize their own true psychology occultly understood, and to become scientifically aware of the real nature of the ego, or the higher self, functioning in the causal body. Then they have to assert upon the physical plane, through the medium of the three lower bodies, their innate divinity, and to demonstrate in ever-increasing degree their essential value. Secondly, to study the constitution of man, to understand the method of functioning in the lower nature, to realize the interdependence and interrelation of all living things, and thus bring the lesser lives, which compose those three bodies of manifestation, under control. Thus the solar Lord, the inner reality, the Son of the Father, and the thinker on his own plane becomes the intermediary between that which is of the earth, earthy, and that which finds its home within the sun. 2 verses in the Christian Bible hide something of this idea within themselves, and students in the Occident may find it helpful to meditate upon them. The kingdoms of this world are become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Christ. O Lord, our God, other lords beside thee have had dominion over us, but by thee only will we make mention of thy name. The last verse is particularly interesting, as it demonstrates the suppression of the lower sound and creative force by that which is of higher origin. Rule 6. The purificatory fires burn dim and low when the third is sacrificed to the fourth. Therefore let the disciple refrain from taking life, and let him nourish that which is lowest with the produce of the second. This rule might be summed up in the trite instruction to each disciple that he be strictly vegetarian. The lower nature becomes clogged and heavy, and the inner blaze cannot shine forth when meat is included in the diet. This is drastic rule for applicants, and may not be violated. Aspirants can choose to eat meat or not as they prefer, but at a certain stage upon the path, it is essential that all meat eating of every kind be stopped, and the strictest attention must be paid to diet. A disciple must confine himself to vegetables, grains, fruits, and nuts. Only thus can he build the type of physical body which can stand the entry of the real man who has stood in his subtler bodies before the initiator. Should he not do this, and should it be possible for him to take initiation without having thus prepared himself, the physical body would be shattered by the energy pouring through the newly stimulated centers, and dire danger to the brain, the spine, or the heart would eventuate. It must, of course, here be recognized that no hard or fast rules can ever be laid down, except the initial one that for all applicants for initiation meat, fish, and fermented liquors of all kinds, as well as the use of tobacco, are absolutely forbidden. For those who can stand it, eggs and cheese are sometimes better eliminated from the diet, but this is not in any way compulsory. It is advisable always that those who are in process of developing psychic faculties of any kind should not permit themselves to eat eggs and very little cheese. Milk and butter come under a different category, and most initiates and applicants find it necessary to retain them in the diet. A few exceptional people can subsist and retain their full physical energies on the diet mentioned in the preceding paragraph, but there the ideal is embodied, and, as we all know, the ideal is seldom attainable in the present transitional period. In this connection, 2 things should be emphasized. First, the need that all applicants have for common sense. This factor is very often lacking, and students do well to remember that unbalanced fanatics are not desirable members of the hierarchy. Equilibrium, a just sense of proportion, a due regard for environing conditions, and a sane common sense, are the marks of the true occultist. When a real sense of humor exists likewise, many dangers will be avoided. Secondly, a recognition of time, and an ability to move slowly when effecting changes in the diet, and in the habits of a lifetime. Everything in nature progresses slowly, and applicants must learn the occult truth of the words, make haste slowly. A process of gradual elimination is usually the path of wisdom, and this eliminating period should, under ideal conditions which so seldom exist, cover the stage which we call that of the aspirant, so that when a man becomes an applicant for initiation, he will have done the necessary preparatory purification of the diet. Rule 7. Let the disciple turn his attention to the enunciating of those sounds which echo in the halls where walks the master. Let him not sound the lesser notes which awaken vibration within the halls of Maya, illusion. The disciple who seeks to enter within the portals of initiation cannot do so until he has learnt the power of speech and the power of silence. This has a deeper and a wider significance than perhaps is apparent, for it holds, if rightly interpreted, the key to manifestation, the clue to the great cycles, and the revelation of the purpose underlying pralaya.
Until a man comprehends the significance of the spoken word, and until he utilizes the silence of the high places for the bringing about of desired effects on one plane or another, he cannot be admitted into those realms wherein every sound and every word spoken produces powerful results in matter of some kind, being energized by two predominant factors: A powerful will, scientifically applied; B, right motive, purified in the fires.
An adept is a creator in mental matter, an originator of impulses on the mental plane, thereby producing results in astral or physical manifestation. These results are powerful and effective, and hence the necessity for their originator to be pure in thought, accurate in word, and skillful in action. When these ideas are realized by applicants, the immediate consequence will be important changes in the life of every day. These changes might, for the sake of their practical use, be enumerated as follows. A. Motives will be closely searched, and a strict check will be kept upon originating impulses. Hence, during the first year in which the applicant devotes himself to the work of preparation for initiation, he will, 3 times a day, keep a written account of the investigations he pursues, which concern his motives, or the mainspring of action. B. Speech will be watched, and an endeavor will be made to eliminate all unkind, unnecessary and wasteful words. The effects of the spoken word will be studied, and be traced back to those originating impulses which, in every case, initiate action upon the physical plane. C. Silence will be cultivated, and applicants will be careful to preserve strict silence concerning themselves, their occult work or knowledge, the affairs of those associated with them, and the work of their occult group. Only in group circles or in connection with their superiors will a wise latitude in speech be permitted. There is a time to speak. That time comes when the group can be served by wise words, a careful intimation of conditions, good or bad, and a rare, but necessary word to some brother concerning the inner life, or to some superior or group of officials, in cases where a brother may be hindering a group through error of some kind, or might help the group if put to different work. D. The effect of the sacred word will be studied, and conditions for its use wisely arranged. The sounding of the word, and its effect upon a particular esoteric center, not in any case whatsoever a physical center, will be watched, and the life thereby influenced and regulated. The whole question of the study of sound and of words, sacred or otherwise, has to be taken up by applicants for initiation. This is something which must be faced more strenuously by all eventuating occult groups. Rule 8. When the disciple nears the portal, the greater 7 must awaken and bring forth response from the lesser 7 upon the double circle. This rule is a very difficult one, and one which holds in it the elements of danger for the man who undertakes too early to tread the final path. Literally, it can be interpreted thus: the would-be initiate must develop somewhat the vibration of the 7 head centers, and thus sweep into increased vibratory activity the 7 centers in the body upon the etheric plane, affecting also, through reciprocal vibration, the 7 physical centers, which are inevitably stimulated when the etheric centers come towards their maximum vibration. It is not necessary to enlarge upon this point beyond pointing out that as the 7 centers within the head become responsive to the ego, the following 7 centers: 1. The head, considered as a unit; 2. The heart; 3. The throat; 4. The solar plexus; 5. The base of the spine; 6. The spleen; 7. The organs of generation are also affected, but affected along the line of purification and control. This will produce results in the definitely physical organs through which man functions on the physical plane. In illustration, man can then transfer consciously the creative fire and energy from the organs of generation to the throat, or, through the conscious control of the heart, produce suspended animation of the physical body. This is not achieved through what is called hatha yoga practices, or concentrating the attention upon the physical organs, but through the development of the control by the inner God, who works through the head center and thus dominates all else. The applicant, therefore, will bend all his energies towards the development of the spiritual life, which development will be the outcome of right thinking, meditation, and service. Through deep study of all there is to be known concerning energy and its focal points, he will coordinate his life so that the life of the spirit may flow through it. This study can only be safely undertaken at present in group work and under guidance from a teacher. The pupils will pledge themselves to permit no experimentation in their lives, and no careless trifling with the fires of the body. They will simply apply themselves to a theoretical comprehension and a life of service. The centers will then develop normally, whilst the applicant bends his attention to loving his brother perfectly in truth and in deed, to serving wholeheartedly, to thinking intelligently, and to keeping a close watch upon himself. He will also record all that seems to him in his inner life to be concerned with the evolution of the centers. This record can be surveyed by the teacher, comment made, deductions sought, and the quota of information thus gained filed for group reference. In this way much knowledge can be stored up for use. The applicant who misuses knowledge, who indulges in such practices as breathing for development, or concentrating upon the centers, will inevitably fail in his endeavor to reach the portal, and will pay the price in his body by the appearance of insanity, of neurasthenic conditions, and various physical ills. Rule 9. Let the disciple merge himself within the circle of his other selves. Let but one color blend them and their unity appear. Only when the group is known and sensed can energy be wisely emanated. One thing all disciples and applicants for initiation have to do is to find a particular group of servers to which they belong on the inner plane, to recognize them upon the physical plane, and to unite with them in service for the race. This recognition will be based upon a. Unity of aim, b. Oneness of vibration, c. Identity in group affiliation, d. Karmic links of long standing, e. Ability to work in harmonious relation. Superficially, this may appear one of the easiest of the rules, but in practice it is not so. Mistakes are easily made, and the problem of working harmoniously in group alignment is not so simple as it may appear. Egoic vibration and relationship may exist, yet the outer personalities may not harmonize. It is the work, then, of the applicant to strengthen the grip of his ego upon his personality, so that the esoteric group relation may become possible upon the physical plane. He will do this by the disciplining of his own personality, and not by the correction of his brothers. Rule 10. The army of the voice, the devas in their serried ranks, work ceaselessly. Let the disciple apply himself to the consideration of their methods. Let him learn the rules whereby that army works within the veils of Maya. This rule refers to the work of occult investigation, which must be pursued at some time or another by all who seek initiation. Though it is not safe for the uninitiated to tamper with the parallel evolution of the devas, yet it is necessary and safe to investigate the procedure pursued by the builders, the methods followed by them, in reproducing from the archetype, via the etheric, that which we call physical manifestation. Their groups must be somewhat theoretically cognized, and the sounds whereby they are swept into activity considered. This involves, therefore, the organized study, by all applicants, of 1. The purpose of sound, 2. The esoteric meaning of words, of grammar, and of syntax, 3. The laws of vibration and of electricity, and many other subsidiary studies which concern themselves with the manifestation of divinity and consciousness through the medium of deva substance, and the activity of the controlling devas. The laws of the macrocosm will be investigated, and the correspondence between the activities of the microcosm and the active manifestation of the macrocosm will be recognized. Rule 11. Let the disciple transfer the fire from the lower triangle to the higher, and preserve that which is created through the fire of the midway point. This means, literally, the control by the initiate of the sex impulse, as usually understood, and the transference of the fire which now normally vitalizes the generative organs to the throat center, thus leading to creation upon the mental plane through the agency of mind. That which is to be created must then be nourished and sustained by the love energy of nature issuing from the heart center. The lower triangle referred to is 1. The solar plexus, 2. The base of the spine, 3. The generative organs, whilst the higher one is, as pointed out, 1. The head, 2. The throat, 3. The heart. This might be interpreted by the superficial reader as an injunction to the celibate life, and the pledging of the applicant to abstain from all physical manifestation of the sex impulse. This is not so. Many initiates have attained their objective when duly and wisely participating in the marriage relation. An initiate cultivates a peculiar attitude of mind, wherein there is a recognition that all forms of manifestation are divine, and that the physical plane is as much a form of divine expression as any of the higher planes. He realizes that the lowest manifestation of divinity must be under the conscious control of that indwelling divinity, and that all acts of every kind should be regulated by the endeavor to fulfill every duty and obligation, to control every action and deed, and to utilize the physical vehicle so that the group may be thereby benefited and aided in its spiritual progress, and the law perfectly fulfilled, that it may be advisable, at certain stages, for a man to perfect control along any particular line through a temporary abstention is not to be denied, but that is a means to an end, and will be succeeded by stages when, the control having been gained, the man demonstrates perfectly through the medium of the physical body the attributes of divinity, and every center will be normally and wisely used, and thus race purposes furthered. Initiates and masters, in many cases marry, and normally perform their duties as husbands, wives, and householders, but all is controlled and regulated by purpose and intention, and none is carried away by passion or desire. In the perfect man upon the physical plane, all the centers are under complete control, and their energy is legitimately used. The spiritual will of the divine inner God is the main factor, and there will be a unity of effort shown on all the planes through all the centers for the greatest good of the greatest number. This point has been touched upon because so many students go astray upon these matters, and cultivate either an attitude of mind which results in the complete atrophying of the entire normal physical nature, or indulge in an orgy of license under the specious plea of stimulating the centers, and thus furthering astral development. The true initiate should be known by his wise and sanctified normality, by his steady conformity to that which is best for the group as emphasized by the group laws of the land, by his control and his refraining from excess of any kind, and by the example he sets to his environing associates of spiritual living and moral rectitude, coupled with the discipline of his life. Rule 12. Let the disciple learn the use of the hand in service, let him seek the mark of the messenger in his feet, and let him learn to see with the eye that looks out from between the two. This rule looks easy of interpretation upon the first reading, and seems to enjoin upon the applicant the use of the hands in service, of the feet upon hierarchical errands, and the development of clairvoyance. But the real meaning is much more esoteric. Occultly understood, the use of the hands is the utilization of the chakras, or centers, in the palms of the hands in a. Healing bodily ills, b. Blessing, and thus curing emotional ills, c. Raised in prayer, or the use of the centers of the hands during meditation in the manipulation of mental matter and currents. These 3 points will bear careful consideration, and much may be learnt by Occidental students from the study of the life of Christ, and a consideration of his methods in using his hands. More cannot be said here, as the subject is too vast to be enlarged upon in this brief commentary. The mark of the messenger in the feet is a reference to that well-known symbol of the wings on the heels of Mercury. Much upon this subject will be revealed to students in occult schools, who will gather together all that can be found concerning the messenger of the gods, and who also will study with care information which astrological students have gleaned anent the planet Mercury, and which occult students have gathered concerning the inner round. On the surface, the expression the eye which looks out from between the two seems to signify the third eye, which clairvoyants utilize, but the meaning is very much deeper than that, and lies hidden in the following facts. A. That the inner vision is that which all self-conscious beings, from a logos to a man, are in process of developing. B. That the ego, or higher self, is literally to the monad what the third eye is to man, and therefore is described as looking out from between the monad or spiritual self on the one hand, and the personal self on the other. In the fullest sense, therefore, this rule incites the applicant to develop self-consciousness, and thus learn to function in the causal body on the higher levels of the mental plane, controlling from thence all the lower vehicles and seeing clearly all that can be seen in the three worlds, in the past and in the future. Rule 13. 4 things the disciple must learn and comprehend before he can be shown that inmost mystery. First, the laws of that which radiates. The 5 meanings of magnetization make the second. The third is transmutation, or the secret lost of alchemy, and lastly the first letter of the word which has been imparted, or the hidden name egoic. This rule cannot be enlarged upon. It concerns mysteries and subjects too immense to be fully handled here. It is included in these rules so that it may form a subject for meditation, for study, and for group discussion. The final rule is very brief and consists of 5 words. Rule 14. Listen, touch, see, apply, know. These words concern what the Christian might aptly call the consecration of the 3 major senses, and their utilization in the evolution of the inner spiritual life, application then made of that which is learnt and ascertained, followed by the fruition of realized knowledge. An esoteric catechism. The following are some words from Archive 13 of the Master's Records, that carry with them a message for the straggler on the way. They are somewhat on the line of an old catechism, and used to be recited by the participants in the lesser mysteries before they passed on into the greater. What seest thou, O pilgrim? Lift up thine eyes and tell what thou beholdest. I see a ladder, mounting within the vault of blue, its feet lost sight of in the mists and fogs that circle round our planet. Where standest thou, O pilgrim? On what are placed thy feet? I stand upon a portion of the ladder, the 4th division well nigh mounted. Its latter part stretches before me into the darkness of a stormy night. Beyond that sphere of utter gloom I see the ladder rise again, radiant and glowing in its 5th division. What marks those portions which you thus describe as separated from another part? Do not all form, but one completed ladder of clearly marked proportions? Always a gap appeareth to the eye, which, when approached more closely, resolveth then itself into a cross, by which one mounteth to the next division. What canseth then the cross? How mount you by its aid? The cross is formed by aspirations, instilled by godlike urge, which cut athwart the lower world desires, implanted by the life developed from below. Explain more clearly what you mean, and how that cross becomes the way. The arms that form the cross become the great dividing line, placed twixt the lower and the higher. Upon those arms the hands are nailed, the hands that grasp and hold, ministering to the lower needs, trained thus through many eons. Lo, when the hands are helpless held, and cannot grasp and hold, the inner life slips from its sheath, mounting the limb upright. It passeth from the lower forth, and the cross doth bridge the gap. Pass they with ease that mount that limb, and leave the fourth behind? They pass through tears, through clouds and mists, they suffer and they die. They bid adieu to all earth's friends, they mount the way alone, they bridge the gap with loving deeds done in the pain of living. They lift one hand aloft to him who standeth just above, they lean one downward low the man who standeth next below. The hands, freed from the transverse arms, are freed but to be held, held by the one who standeth by, held by the one they lift. Only the empty nail-marked hands can keep the chain complete. Where ends the ladder's length? What point of gloom is pierced by it, and where projects its end? It cuts the crystallizing sphere with all its myriad forms, it pierces through the watery plain, washed by the swirling tides, it passes through the nethermost hell, down into densest mire, and ends within the latent fire, the molten lake of fiercest burning, touching the denizens of fire, the agnocaetons of the scarlet heat. Where mounts the ladder's length? Where is its consummation? It mounteth through the radiant spheres, through all their 6 divisions. It riseth to the mighty seat within the final 5th, and passeth from that mighty seat to yet another greater. Who sits upon that mighty seat within the final 5th? He with the name we mention not, save in utter adoration, the youth of endless summers, the light of life itself, the wondrous one, the ancient one, Lord of Venusian love, the great Kumara with a flaming sword, the peace of all the earth. Sits he alone, this wondrous one, upon his sapphire throne? He sits alone, yet close upon the rainbow steps there stand 3 other lords, garnering the product of their work and sacrificing all their gain to aid the Lord of Love. Are they assisted in their work? Do other ones of greater powers than ours stand too upon the ladder? These mighty 4, action, and love, in wise cooperation work with their brothers of a lesser grade, the 3 great lords we know, who aid these mighty lords? Who carry on their work, linking the lower with the higher, the brothers of logoic love in all their many grades. They stay within the final 5th, till it absorbeth all the 4th, where mounts the ladder then, to the greatest Lord of all, before whom e'en that ancient one bends in obeisance low, before whose throne of effulgent light angels of highest rank, masters and lords of uttermost compassion, prostrate themselves and humbly bend, waiting the word to rise. When sounds that word and what transpires when it echoes through the spheres, that word sounds not till all is done, until the Lord of endless love deemeth the work correct. He uttereth then a lesser word that vibrateth through the scheme. The greater Lord of cosmic love, hearing the circling sound, addeth completion to the chord, and breatheth forth the whole. What will be seen, O pilgrim on the way, when sounds that final chord? The music of the endless spheres, the merging of the 7, the end of tears, of sin, of strife, the shattering of forms, the finish of the ladder, the blending in the all, completion of the circling spheres, and their entry into peace. What part, O pilgrim on the way, play you within this scheme? How will you enter into peace? How stand before your Lord? I play my part with stern resolve, with earnest aspiration. I look above, I help below, I dream not, nor I rest, I toil, I serve, I reap, I pray, I am the cross, I am the way, I tread upon the work I do, I mount upon my slain self, I kill desire, and I strive, forgetting all reward. I forego peace, I forfeit rest, and in the stress of pain I lose myself, and find myself and enter into peace. Finis. Glossary. Adept. A master, or human being who, having traversed the path of evolution and entered upon the final stage of that path, the path of initiation, has taken 5 of the initiations, and has therefore passed into the 5th, or spiritual kingdom, having but 2 more initiations to take. Adi. The first, the primeval, the atomic plane of the solar system, the highest of the 7 planes, Agni. The Lord of Fire in the Vedas. The oldest and most revered of the gods in India. One of the 3 great deities Agni, Vayu, and Surya, and also all the 3, as he is the triple aspect of fire. Fire is the essence of the solar system. The Bible says, our God is a consuming fire. It is also the symbol of the mental plane of which Agni is paramountly Lord. Agnikayatans. A group of fire devas, Atlantis. The continent that was submerged in the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, according to the occult teaching and Plato. Atlantis was the home of the 4th root race, whom we now call the Atlanteans, Antakarana, or Antaskarana. The path, or bridge, between higher and lower mind, serving as a medium of communication between the 2. It is built by the aspirant himself in mental matter, ashram. The center to which the master gathers the disciples and aspirants for personal instruction, Atma. The universal spirit, the divine monad, the 7th principle, so called in the septenary constitution of man. See diagram in introduction. Atomic subplane. The matter of the solar system is divided by the occultists into 7 planes or states, the highest of which is the atomic plane. Similarly, each of the 7 planes is divided into 7 subplanes, of which the highest is called the atomic subplane. There are therefore 49 subplanes, and 7 of these are atomic, aura. A subtle invisible essence or fluid which emanates from human and animal bodies, and even from things. It is a psychic effluvium, partaking of both mind and body. It is electro-vital, and also electromental, auric egg. An appellation that has been given to the causal body owing to its form, bodhisattva. Literally, he whose consciousness has become intelligence, or buddhi. Those who need but one more incarnation to become perfect Buddhas. As used in these letters, the Bodhisattva is the name of the office, which is at present occupied by the Lord Maitreya, who is known in the Occident as the Christ. This office might be translated as that of world teacher. The Bodhisattva is the head of all the religions of the world, and the master of the masters and of the angels, Buddha, the name given to Gautama. Born in India about BC 621, he became a full Buddha in BC 592. The Buddha is one who is the enlightened, and has attained the highest degree of knowledge possible for man in this solar system, Buddhi. The universal soul or mind. It is the spiritual soul in man, the sixth principle, and therefore the vehicle of Atma, the spirit, which is the seventh principle, causal body. This body is, from the standpoint of the physical plane, no body, either subjective or objective. It is, nevertheless, the center of the egoic consciousness, and is formed of the conjunction of buddhi and manas. It is relatively permanent and lasts throughout the long cycle of incarnations, and is only dissipated after the fourth initiation, when the need for further rebirth on the part of a human being no longer exists. Chohan. Lord, Master, a chief. In this book it refers to those adepts who have gone on and taken the sixth initiation, Deva, or angel. A god. In Sanskrit, a resplendent deity. A Deva is a celestial being, whether good, bad, or indifferent. Devas are divided into many groups, and are called not only angels and archangels, but lesser and greater builders, egoic groups. On the third subplane of the fifth plane, the mental, are found the causal bodies of the individual men and women. These bodies, which are the expression of the ego, or of the individualized self-consciousness, are gathered together into groups according to the ray or quality of the particular ego involved. Elementals. The spirits of the elements, the creatures involved in the four kingdoms, or elements, earth, air, fire, and water. Except a few of the higher kinds, and their rulers, they are forces of nature more than ethereal men and women. Etheric body. Etheric double, the physical body of a human being is, according to occult teaching, formed of two parts, the dense physical body, and the etheric body. The dense physical body is formed of matter of the lowest three subplanes of the physical plane. The etheric body is formed of the four highest or etheric subplanes of the physical plane. Fifth principle. The principle of mind, that faculty in man which is the intelligent thinking principle, and which differentiates man from the animals, Fohot. Cosmic electricity, primordial light, the ever-present electrical energy, the universal propelling vital force, the ceaseless destructive and formative power, the synthesis of the many forms of electrical phenomena. Guru. Spiritual teacher. A master in metaphysical and ethical doctrines. Hierarchy. That group of spiritual beings on the inner planes of the solar system who are the intelligent forces of nature, and who control the evolutionary processes. They are themselves divided into 12 hierarchies. Within our planetary scheme, the Earth scheme, there is a reflection of this hierarchy which is called by the occultist the occult hierarchy. This hierarchy is formed of koans, adepts, and initiates working through their disciples, and, by this means, in the world. See diagram in Chapter 8, Initiation. From the Latin root meaning the first principles of any science. One who is penetrating into the mysteries of the science of the self, and of the one self in all selves. The path of initiation is the final stage of the path of evolution trodden by man, and is divided into 5 stages, called the 5 initiations. Kali Yuga. Yuga is an age or cycle. According to the Indian philosophy, our evolution is divided into 4 yugas or cycles. The Kali Yuga is the present age. It means the Black Age, a period of 432,000 years. Karma. Physical action. Metaphysically, the law of retribution, the law of cause and effect, or ethical causation. There is the karma of merit and the karma of demerit. It is the power that controls all things, the resultant of moral action, or the moral effect of an act committed for the attainment of something which gratifies a personal desire. Kumara. The highest 7 self-conscious beings in the solar system. These 7 Kumaras manifest through the medium of a planetary scheme in the same way as a human being manifests through the medium of a physical body. They are called by the Hindu the mind-born sons of Brahma amongst other names. They are the sum total of intelligence and of wisdom. Within the planetary scheme, the reflection of the systemic order is also seen. At the head of our world evolution stands the first Kumara, aided by 6 other Kumaras, 3 exoteric and 3 esoteric, who are the focal points for the distribution of the force of the systemic Kumaras, Kundalini. The power of life, one of the forces of nature. It is a power known only to those who practice concentration in yoga, and is centered within the spine, Lemuria. A modern term first used by some naturalists, and now adopted by theosophists to indicate a continent that, according to the secret doctrine of the East, preceded Atlantis. It was the home of the third root race, Logos. The deity manifested through every nation and people. The outward expression, or the effect of the cause which is ever concealed. Thus, speech is the logos of thought, hence it is aptly translated by the verbum, and the word in its metaphysical sense. See John 1.1-3, Lord of Civilization. See Mahakoan, Lords of the Flame. One of the great hierarchies of spiritual beings who guide the solar system. They took control of the evolution of humanity upon this planet about 18 million years ago, during the middle of the Lemurian, or third root race, macrocosm. The great universe, literally, or God manifesting through his body, the solar system, Mahakoan. The head of the third great department of the hierarchy. This great being is the Lord of Civilization, and the flowering forth of the principle of intelligence. He is the embodiment on the planet of the third, or intelligence aspect of deity in its 5th activity, Mahamanvantara. The great interludes of time between 2 solar systems. This term is frequently applied to the greater solar cycles. It implies a period of universal activity, monas, or manasic principle. Literally, the mind, the mental faculty, that which distinguishes man from the mere animal. It is the individualizing principle, that which enables man to know that he exists, feels, and knows. It is divided in some schools into 2 parts, higher or abstract mind, and lower or concrete mind, mantrams. Verses from the Vedas. In the exoteric sense, a mantram, or that psychic faculty or power that conveys perception or thought, is the older portion of the Vedas, the second part of which is composed of the Brahmanas. In esoteric phraseology, mantram is the word made flesh, or rendered objective through divine magic. A form of words or syllables rhythmically arranged, so that when sounded certain vibrations are generated. Manu. The representative name of the great being who is the ruler, primal progenitor and chief of the human race. It comes from the Sanskrit root man, to think, manvantara. A period of activity as opposed to a period of rest, without reference to any specific length of cycle. Frequently used to express a period of planetary activity and its 7 races, Mayavi Bhupa. Sanskrit, elusive form. It is the body of manifestation created by the adept by an act of will for use in the 3 worlds. It has no material connection with the physical body. It is spiritual and ethereal and passes everywhere without let or hindrance. It is built by the power of the lower mind, of the highest type of astral matter, microcosm. The little universe, or man manifesting through his body, the physical body, monad. The one. The threefold spirit on its own plane. In occultism it often means the unified triad, Atma, Buddhi, Monas, spiritual will, intuition and higher mind, or the immortal part of man which reincarnates in the lower kingdoms and gradually progresses through them to man and thence to the final goal.
Nirmanakaya. Those perfected beings who renounce nirvana, the highest state of spiritual bliss, and choose a life of self-sacrifice, becoming members of that invisible host which ever protects humanity within karmic limits. Permanent atom. Those 5 atoms, with a mental unit, one on each of the 5 planes of human evolution, the mental unit being also on the mental plane, which the monad appropriates for purposes of manifestation. They form a stable center and are relatively permanent. Around them the various sheaths or bodies are built. They are literally small force centers. Planetary logos. This term is generally applied to the 7 highest spirits corresponding to the 7 archangels of the Christian. They have all passed through the human stage and are now manifesting through a planet and its evolutions, in the same way that man manifests through his physical body. The highest planetary spirit working through any particular globe is, in reality, the personal god of the planet.
Prakriti derives its name from its function as the material cause of the first evolution of the universe. It may be said to be composed of 2 roots, pra to manifest, and krita to make, meaning, that which caused the universe to manifest itself. Prana, the life principle, the breath of life. The occultist believes the following statement: life we look upon as the one form of existence, manifesting in what is called matter, or what, incorrectly separating them, we name spirit, soul, and matter in man. Matter is the vehicle for the manifestation of God on this plane of existence, soul is the vehicle for the manifestation of spirit, and these 3 as a trinity are synthesized by life, which pervades them all. Purusha, the spiritual self, the embodied self. The word literally means the dweller in the city, that is, in the body. It is derived from the Sanskrit pura, which means city or body, and usha, a derivative of the verb vas, to dwell. Quaternary, the fourfold lower self, or man, in the 3 worlds. There are various divisions of this, but perhaps for our purpose the best is to enumerate the 4 as follows. 1. Lower mind. 2. Emotional or karmic body. 3. Prana, or the life principle. 4. The etheric body, or the highest division of the twofold physical body, Raja Lord. The word Raja simply means king or prince. The word has been applied to those great angels or entities who ensoul the 7 planes. These are great devas who are the sum total and the controlling intelligence of a plane, Raja Yoga. The true system of developing psychic and spiritual powers and union with one's higher self or the ego. It involves the exercise, regulation, and concentration of thought, Ray. One of the 7 streams of force of the logos, the 7 great lights. Each of them is the embodiment of a great cosmic entity. The 7 rays can be divided into the 3 ray of aspect and the 4 rays of attribute, as follows. Rays of aspect. 1. The ray of will, or power. 2. The ray of love wisdom. 3. The ray of activity or adaptability, rays of attribute. 4. The ray of harmony, beauty, art, or unity. 5. The ray of concrete knowledge or science. 6. The ray of abstract idealism or devotion. 7. The ray of ceremonial magic, or law. The above names are simply some chosen from among many, and embody the different aspects of force by means of which the logos manifests. Ring pass not. This is at the circumference of the manifested solar system, and is the periphery of the influence of the sun, both esoterically and exoterically understood. The limit of the field of activity of the central life force, root race. One of the 7 races of man which evolve upon a planet during the great cycle of planetary existence. This cycle is called a world period. The Aryan root race, to which the Hindu, European, and modern American races belong, is the 5th, the Chinese and Japanese belonging to the 4th race, Sensor, or Senzar. The name for the secret sacerdotal language, or the mystery speech of the initiated adepts all over the world. It is a universal language, and largely a hieroglyphic cipher, Shambhala. The city of the gods, which is in the west to some nations, in the east to others, in the north or south to yet others. It is the sacred island in the Gobi Desert. It is the home of mysticism and the secret doctrine, triad. The spiritual man, the expression of the monad. It is the germinal spirit containing the potentialities of divinity. These potentialities will be unfolded during the course of evolution. This triad forms the individualized or separated self, or ego, viveka. The Sanskrit discrimination. The very first step in the path of occultism is the discrimination between the real and the unreal, between substance and phenomenon, between the self and the not-self, between spirit and matter, Wesak. A festival which takes place in the Himalayas at the full moon of May. It is said that at this festival, at which all the members of the hierarchy are present, the Buddha, for a brief period, renews his touch and association with the work of our planet, yoga. 1. One of the 6 schools of India, said to be founded by Patanjali, but really of much earlier origin. 2. The practice of meditation as a means of leading to spiritual liberation. End of glossary and end of audiobook. Thanks for listening. If this book has been interesting and helpful, and you'd like to hear more great books on topics like theosophy, philosophy, psychology, and individualization, then please share and like this video, subscribe to Sophia Speaks, and select the notification button so that you are always notified when a new audiobook is created.